এটা এটা দাও তো, ল্যাপটপ।
Hello. Good morning, everyone. I would request you all to take seats kindly. We'll start the workshop today. So my name is Orchishwan Mitro. I work as a researcher in International Water Management Institute in Delhi. Hello, sir. Um, so I'm thrilled to welcome all of you to this national stakeholder workshop on Beyond Diesel, Navigating an Equitable and Sustainable Irrigation Landscape in Bangladesh. This workshop is part of the regional project called Solar Irrigation for Agricultural Resilience Project, funded by the Swiss Agency for Development and Corporation. IMI is organizing this workshop in partnership with ITCOL, NGO Forum for Public Health, and the CGIAR Initiative on TAFSSA. So today's workshop focuses on the issues of equitable and sustainable pathway for transitioning away from diesel use in the irrigation sector in Bangladesh. Some of this transition will be from diesel to electric, but there is also the recent announcement by the Honourable Prime Minister in envisioning replacing all diesel pumps with solar pumps. So in that context, it is important to understand the impact of this transition away from diesel. What are the likely challenges of this transition? And then what policy steps need to be taken by the government for enabling this transition? So this is an important topic of discussion, and I want to express my gratitude to each of you and every one of you for joining us today. I'll now invite the dignitaries to come one by one to the dais, and after that we'll have the welcome remarks from all. So I'll first request Mr. Mohammad Hussain, Director General Power Cell, Power Division, to please come to the stage. I'll then request Mohammad Inamul Karim Powell, Head of Renewable Energy ITCOL, to please join us at the stage. Thank you. I'll request Mr. SMA Rashid, Executive Director, NGA Forum, to kindly join us at the stage. Thank you, sir. I'd request Shreya Chakraborty, Climate Change Policy and Adaptation, Researcher, Climate Change Policy and Adaptation at the International Water Management Institute, to join us at the stage. And finally, I'll request Dr. Darshini Ravindranath, Research Group Leader, Climate Policies, Finance and Processes, and Project Lead for the overall solar project, again from International Water Management Institute, to join us at the stage. And online we have with us, to also give us the welcome remarks, is Divya Kashyap Sharma, Deputy Head of Cooperation at the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation. Okay, so once again, I thanks all of you for all the dignitaries for joining us at the stage. So we'll have a welcome remark from all the dignitaries here. So I'll first request Mohammad Inamul Karim Powell to please come and give the welcome remarks.
Chief guest of today's workshop, Mr. Mohammad Hussain, Director General Power Cell, representative of Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation, representative from IWMI, representative from various government agencies, Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to everyone. So it's a really great pleasure for me to be present at today's National Stakeholders Workshop organized by IWMI SDC-SoLAR project. Bangladesh is highly dependent on agriculture for food security and livelihood, and agriculture is advancing gradually with mechanization and adaptation of modern agricultural practices. We know we have around 1.2 to 1.3 million diesel pumps which are being used for irrigating water. But water from diesel is very expensive, and also maintenance is very challenging. That's why actually for the last decade or so, we have been actually from Equitable side, we have been promoting solar irrigation actually to replace those diesel-based irrigation pumps and our dependence on fossil fuel. So as of now, we have actually implemented more than 1,500 diesel solar irrigation pumps with the capacity of 42 megawatt peak. So these pumps, each pump can replace 15 to 17 diesel pumps. So altogether we have, replaced more than 15,000 diesel pumps, and actually covering a huge, more about 70,000 hectares of land in different parts of the country, particularly in the northern and northwestern, southwestern part of the country. So thanks to our development partners from KfW, from World Bank, and from other development partners who have been actually providing support to us, taking confidence on us, and providing technical and financial support since the beginning of this program. We have been actually always working with various government agencies actually in implementing renewable energy projects. Equitable has partnered with IWMI to utilize their knowledge in irrigation, and water management to better understand the dynamics and correlation of crop groundwater energy in the solar irrigation system under Equitable financing. We have, with support from IWMI, technical and financial support, we have actually connected 6 SIPs to the national grid on a pilot basis. Moreover, we have been arranged a couple of farmers training, CPMC meetings, 6 CPMC meetings where participants were from Bangladesh Agriculture Development Corporation, BADC, Bonendra Multi-Purpose Development Authority, the Department of Agricultural Extension, SREDA, Rural Electrification Board. So also we arranged 2 webinar, 1 national forum and 1 exposure visit to India. So these have been supported by IWMI and also SDC. We actually intend to utilize the outcome of IWMI project for betterment of our future projects, as well as actually we want to disseminate the knowledge for the betterment of the country. Equitable intends to assist the government in fulfilling its climate commitments in agriculture sector by implementing at least 10,000 pumps by 2030. Our Honorable Prime Minister in various occasions asked all of us actually to scale up solar irrigation in the country and to replace all the diesel pumps as well as the electric pumps who are being dependent for irrigation on diesel and electricity. So, we are working on it. Our Ministry of Environment, Forest, Ministry of Environment, Forest, Climate Change, they have already included solar irrigation as a mitigation measures in the nationally determined contributions. Also, Power Division is taking various steps actually to promote solar irrigation. I thank our Honorable Director General of Power Cell, He has been actually very supportive since the beginning of the program and actually playing a key role in dissemination of renewable energy technology in the country. I also thank other partners, IWMI SDC, and I already thank our development partners for supporting us for their continued support in actually promoting solar irrigation throughout the country. So I hope today's workshop will work as an inspiration in understanding the dynamics of various factors which have a direct impact on the sustainable progress of solar irrigation pumps in Bangladesh. Stakeholders will not only benefit by understanding this nexus, but also participate actively in promoting and popularizing solar irrigation systems to replace diesel irrigation-based systems in the country. So with this hope, I like to thank you once again for participating in today's workshop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for this welcome remarks from ITCOL. Now I would request Divya Sharma from SDC to give the welcome remarks from SDC. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Archasman, and thank you, everybody. Respected Chair, esteemed dignitaries on and off the dais, guests and colleagues. Good morning and Assalamu alaikum. On behalf of the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to the National Stakeholder Workshop today. I'm extremely sorry that I'm not present there in person. I would have loved to be there, but unfortunately, some other commitments have not allowed me to be there. The workshop today, of course, very aptly refers to reducing dependency on diesel and promoting equitable and sustainable irrigation through adoption of solar pumps. This is also a vision charted by the Honourable Prime Minister of Bangladesh, and we hope that the discussions today would actually help us take this vision forward and give us some directions in that context. We are all, of course, very much aware that agriculture sector is a major consumer of water in South Asia, and Bangladesh itself is no exception. If we look at some numbers, so water withdrawal in Bangladesh in the last 5 years is estimated to be about 36 billion cubic meters, which is about 88% of which 88% is used purely for agriculture. This is a figure which is notably higher than the global average, but it's also very much true for India or for Pakistan. So this is not an exception in world or in South Asia. But this demand for irrigation also translates into demand for energy, whether it is in the form of electricity or in the form of fossil fuels like diesel, to operate these irrigation water pumps. Bangladesh, and I think Archasman already mentioned to it, has more than 1.3 million diesel pumps, which are used for irrigation. And this accounts for almost 43% of agricultural costs in Bangladesh, the diesel subsidies, as well as the spending which is happening there in Bangladesh. In light of this high demand for energy for irrigation, the countries in South Asia are promoting the uptake of solar irrigation pumps, we all are aware, and Bangladesh is no exception to this trend. Earlier, my colleague from ITCOL already mentioned the work that ITCOL has been doing in this context for some years now. Introduction of solar pump systems is expected to gradually enable Bangladesh to cut consumption of diesel fuel by about 10 lakh tons annually, according to a proposed roadmap, which was recently developed by the Asian Development Bank. But of course, it also brings with it many challenges and policy questions, some of which perhaps include the potential impact of proliferation of solar pumps on the worsening groundwater situation, or the question of financial viability of solar irrigation pumps due to their high cost and potential for limiting the subsidy burden for the governments. We hope to identify and define the pathways to address these kind of questions and many other such challenges and issues which would emerge perhaps through the discussions and various panels today. I thank you all for taking out your valuable time for joining us for discussions today. I hope the day will prove to be of value not only to us, as organizers of this project, but very importantly for you all the people present in this room. Thank you so much. Back to you, Archasman.
Thanks, Divya, for a very succinct welcome remarks. So I would request now Mr. SMA Rashid from NGO Forum to kindly give his welcome remarks.
Honorable Chief Guest of today's workshop, Mr. Mohammad Hussain, Director General, Power Division, Ministry of Power, Energy and Mineral Resources. Our development partners, representative from SDC, our research colleagues from different institutions, and our media representatives, and dear ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to invite, welcome all of you to this National Stakeholders Workshop on Beyond Diesel, Navigating an Equitable and Sustainable Irrigation Landscape in Bangladesh, which is organized in collaboration with the CGIAR TAFSSA Initiative, IWMI, Equitable, and NGO Forum for Public Health, and which is funded by SDC and under its solar project. And personally, I'm very honored and very happy to be the part of this workshop, as well as part of the implementation part of this project. First of all, I would like to thank our chief guest and other designated guests here, and some important stakeholders who have been able to manage their valuable time to attend this workshop, and particularly for their valuable contribution for this kind of project. And of course, we must acknowledge the commitment of our government. As you have already informed that the government of Bangladesh has set a target to generate 40% of electricity from renewable sources by 2041, and also aims to scale up solar irrigation pumps to boost agricultural productivity and reduce reliance of fossil fuels. So through our joint efforts, we will be able to contribute directly in achieving the SDG goal, particularly the goal number 7, if I'm right. And NGO Forum is very much committed for this kind of innovative initiative, innovative collaborative research, and particularly in contributing the agricultural development, food security, and reducing our dependency on the electricity, as well as utilizing more and more solar energy for different development purposes, including agricultural development, which is very important, particularly for this country, to ensure our food security and some other basic needs of the people who are in need. I hope many of you know that NGO Forum is a national organization. It started its journey in the year 1982. Already we're running now 43 years. So during our last 4+ decades journey, NGO Forum has been able to contribute more than 50 million poor and disadvantaged and marginalized people, mainly in the hard-to-reach areas, with the support of SDC. We are very much grateful, and some other development partners. It's a long list, and as well as with the support of Bangladesh government, particularly in the area of public health. And very recently, under the organizational strategic plan, it has widened its working domain. So this type of collaborative research, and particularly undertaking some environmental activities, including agricultural development activities, food production, improving the livelihood of the people, particularly the marginalized farmers, in the remote rural situations, is one of our basic objectives under the current situation. So we are very happy to be the part of it. and we are committed to continue our services as currently we are engaged in implementing the field activities under this research project. So as NG Forum has a decentralized functional mechanism throughout the country, we have working base in all the districts and we have a countrywide network. So utilizing that strong community base and network and decentralized mechanism, I think we are in a unique position to contribute to this type of innovative initiatives. And our Prime Minister has rightly committed, and accordingly, the target of SDG has been set. So by 2014, we hope that through our combined effort, we'll be able to meet our target, particularly in Bangladesh, in all aspects. So with that, I wish that through our combined effort and mutual collaboration, this workshop will be successful. The objective of this workshop will be successful. And again, I would like to reinforce our commitment and that we would like to continue with this type of innovative collaborative research and activities with the support of the development partners. Thank you all. With this, I would like to end. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Now I'll request Shreya Chakraborty from IWMI, but representing TAFSSA, to give her the welcome.
No problem. Yes, I'm very glad that I'm visible over the dais. I was actually scared I may not be. So, take it. Thank you. All right. So, good morning, everybody. So, I am representing a project which is transforming agri-food systems in South Asia, and we are collaborating with SoLAR on this particular national forum, essentially to bring out various pathways of the same essential issue, which is on groundwater energy nexus. So let me just introduce you quickly to this project and why we are here. So transforming agri-food systems in South Asia is essentially a CGIAR regionally integrated initiative, which supports action for improving equitable access to sustainable healthy diets and boosts farmers' livelihoods and resilience in a climate crisis. So in this project, because we try to bring together production, consumption, diets, all of this in a larger context of resource constraints, which is why groundwater energy nexus and looking at energy solutions for sustainable groundwater is one of the major reasons why we are trying to promote the research. Solar being one of the major pathways for this energy groundwater nexus in Bangladesh. And on the other hand, what we have is electrification with a rapidly increasing grid. What we have is two different pathways that are emerging. And in the future, what we aim to understand and what we aim to bring to this particular discussion today is to try and see how we can contribute to discussions on how these two different pathways of electrification and solar energy will work simultaneously, whether cooperatively or competitively, in the national intent to solarize in the face of a climate crisis. So what are the nuances of this current transition to electrification, and how is it going to play out with an increasing intent for solarization? So we hope to bring out a lot more discussion today on how we are looking at not just a single pathway, but multiple pathways and how they will interact. Thank you.
Thanks, Shreya. Now I will request Dr. Darshini Ravindranath from IWMI to give her welcome remarks.
Good morning, everyone, and assalamu alaikum. I'm delighted to be here today and provide opening remarks alongside all of our esteemed guests. I'm Dr. Darshini Ravindranath, and I'm Senior Researcher and Regional Project Lead for the Solar Project at the International Water Management Institute. The Solar Project, quick overview, it's a 5-year SDC-funded project It's solar energy for agricultural resistance in South Asia. And its primary aim is to demonstrate the potential of solar irrigation pumps in the sustainable and inclusive management of water, energy, and climate interlinkages in South Asia. So the project works in India, Pakistan, Nepal, and Bangladesh, generating improved empirical evidence, validating innovative actions, and increasing national and global knowledge and capacity on solar irrigation. Now, it's been over a year, I think, since the previous national forum in Bangladesh, where we discussed the potential impact of solar irrigation pumps on livelihoods, the scope for grid integration of SIPs, and what the implications on groundwater sustainability could be. At the time, we also highlighted the importance of leveraging the research generated by the solar project to influence policy and impact. Since then, I think globally, there's been significant progress made in better understanding the impacts of solar irrigation beyond contributing to just climate mitigation. We've understood that it helps with energy security, sustainable and resilient livelihoods by improving energy access, security, food, and livelihoods as well. And Bangladesh is right in the middle of this discourse. So in June last year, as we've all heard, the Honourable Prime Minister declared the aim to completely shift to solar energy, replacing diesel irrigation pumps, and including the possibility of lifting tax on solar panels to encourage more investment in the sector. I think this is all going in the right way, considering the number of diesel pumps and the reliance on it, I think it underscores the magnitude of the envisioned changes by the Prime Minister. So I think IWMI, as an organization, we welcome this urgency to find innovative solutions to problems faced by our agri-food systems. And my hope and belief is that the solar project has, in a way, contributed to this developing discourse through our work in Bangladesh and South Asia more widely. Just a quick overview, I think just in the last year, in Bangladesh, we've generated robust evidence on the impact of SIPs on diesel use, crop diversification, irrigation costs, farmers' income, and on groundwater sustainability. We've launched and commissioned first of its kind pilots on grid integration, and solar through its CPMC has created a forum for most major organizations working on solar in Bangladesh to be part of a common forum. Importantly, I think our partnership with ITCOL and NGO Forum has been of great importance to co-create knowledge and to react to policy demand, essentially, including facilitating exchange visits with India to share learnings across our solar countries. I think I'm heartened to see some of the results that the work over the last 4 years has coming through now. And I very much welcome the opportunity to discuss some of these findings with you all today and look forward to the engaging discussions. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Darshini. Now I would request our honorable chief guest, Mr. Mohammad Hussain, Director General PowerCell, to please kindly come and give his welcome remarks.
Thank you. Mr. Muhammad Anamul Karim Pavel, he is the director of ITCOL. Dr. Darshini Ravindranath from IWMI. I would be happy if I could have called her Sudarshini, because she really deserved that name. Miss Shreya Chakraborty from TAFSSA, Mr. S.M.A. Rashid from NGO Forum. We have heard from Miss Dibba Kashyap Sharma. Virtually, she is connected with us. She is from SDC. Distinguished guest, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and assalamu alaikum. This is the month of March, our month of independence. At the very outset, I would like to pay my deep respect to our father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, 3 million martyrs and 200,000 of our mothers and sisters who have dedicated their life for the independence of this country. And through their contribution, the Bangladesh is now in a position which is admired by all corners of the globe. This is today's seminar, Beyond Diesel, Navigating an Equitable and Sustainable Irrigation Landscape in Bangladesh. I should say that it's really title of the time very perfectly, as already my predecessors who have meanwhile had their address, they have mentioned to some extent that, you know, Bangladesh being a very small country with 170 million people with a very small landscape, if I give you the identity of Bangladesh, if you put the population of France, Germany, and Italy in a place which is 1/3 of France, that is the Bangladesh. So it is very crucial for us to manage the food for this 170 people, to maintain our land for the housing, for the industries, for other uses in addition to the agriculture. At the same time, we are now in a transition where we have to have a target for net zero emission in the future. So in this context, I think this seminar will give us some direction how we can utilize our limited resources to promote this renewable energy. You know that when we talk about renewable energy, in fact, we can name a number of the resources of renewable energy. But the reality is that other than solar, we have no major potential. We have some limited unexplored potential in the wind, but solar is the one which we have been, in fact, harnessing for the last 2 decades, and there the contribution of ITCOL is very tremendous. You know that the ITCOL was created back in 1996, where it was basically assigned to arrange finance for the private sector infrastructure, particularly when the power sector has gone into private sector. And they have started with that, like they have funded for Horipur power project, Meghna power project. But they have, in fact, paved the way how to, in fact, go from macro to micro. And you know that when we had provided only 50% electricity, grid electricity to people, and ITCOL has supplemented us to provide electricity to remaining 5 million households through solar home system. So that was the, in fact, beginning of flourishing the solar. Now it is being scaled up in the rooftop, in other utility scale. And as it has been mentioned, Mr. Rashid has mentioned that our Honorable Prime Minister has committed to COP26 that Bangladesh will have 40% of our generation mix from the clean energy. So in this context, it is a very challenging for us because we are not India. We don't have Gujarat, we don't have Rajasthan, where there's 1,000 millions of hectares land are barren. So we have to explore the alternative ways of harnessing the solar. But yes, as here it has been mentioned that we have 3 million so far. Huh? We have 3 million of diesel pumps, 1.3 million of diesel pumps are only we have covered 1%, less than 1% of our cultivated land. So we have enormous potential to replace all the diesel-based irrigation pumps into solar irrigation pumps. And the government of Bangladesh, the power division has taken lead to do that. And we are also being supported by BMDA, BADC. Of course, ITCOL is an integral part of power division in this program at least. So they are doing this, they're leading, in fact, leading this program. I believe that joining hands by this SDC NGO Forum for Public Health, IWMI, TAFSSA, it will accelerate our this program. And we have also sought the assistance of the development partners. ADB has prepared a roadmap to replace 40,000, 40,000 solar irrigation pumps by diesel irrigation pumps by solar irrigation pumps. So we are doing it, and you know that we have created a nodal agency, SREDA, Sustainable and Development Authority for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency. So they are supporting our other stakeholders, particularly the private sector, and ITCOL is partnering with all the private sectors to do that. I can see that other than the dais, though I have not mentioned in them, though the audience is not so crowded, but very quality audience. I can see a lot of experts and experienced professionals are there. One thing I have a concern, we are doing a lot of things to increase our food cultivation, production, to ensure the food security. But I have a very deep concern, the way our lands are being grabbed by people, by, I mean, you know, the land grabbers. That is a very deep concern. If I recall my childhood, when I used to go to my school, and it was very difficult when it was raining, we could not get any shelter beside the roads. Now, even I can see my house at least 2 kilometers, which is away from the road. But now even I cannot see even just 10 minutes away what is next. So this is a very deep concern. I think our experts should also take it into consideration seriously. They can discuss with, I know you see now a lot of leadership from your discipline in the government. That should be, we should protect our land, then we can increase our agriculture, we can find out the way of irrigation in a cleaner way. But if there is no land, what will you do? So that is a very deep concern. As a concerned human being, I have just flagged it. I see that some people who can also have the access to the policymakers. So really, it's my immense pleasure to be here for inviting me. I would be happy if I could continue for the remaining of the sessions, but you know that we have other jobs, and definitely I will collect the papers from you and try to learn something from your these sessions. So lastly, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks and gratitude to the organizers for inviting me to say something in this August gathering. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting the urgent need for solarization in the country. We'll close this session, but before that, I'd like for a short felicitation of the guests on the dais for a token of gift. So Darshini, if I may request you. Yeah, to Mr. Mohammed Hussain. Mr. Enamul Karim Pavel. and to Mr. SMA Rashid from NGO Forum. And now if I may request Ehsan to please come and give it to Darshini and Shreya, please. To Darshini. And to Shreya. Thank you, Ehsan. So thanks once again to all the esteemed guests who gave the welcome remarks and giving a good start for the workshop today. So we'll close this session now. There will be a tea break, but since we are already over time, so we'll reduce in each part by 5 minutes. So the tea break will be from 15 minutes. So now it is 10:50, so we can come at around 11:05, if that is possible. And then we'll start the presentations. So once again, and again, thanks all of you for joining us today and coming here. Thanks. इस लैपटॉप में होगा? আর নয়তো মাইক মাইক সেটা একটা অপশন, নয়তো আমি এইভাবে বলতে পারি।
I request all the participants to kindly join us back to start the next session. Mr.
Okay.
Thank you everyone for joining us back for the next session. So our next session is on the transitioning away from diesel-powered irrigation. We'll be starting the session having the presentation from the researchers from IWMI, Archesman Mitra and Faiz Alam. The presentation will be on transitioning to solar-powered irrigation in Bangladesh, the challenges and opportunities. Over to you, Archesman and Nan.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. So I'll be presenting some of the results from a study that we are undertaking in Bangladesh on the solar program, under the solar program, looking at the impact of solar pumps. So broadly, there will be two divisions. I will present the impact at the farmer level and the grid integration pilots that we are doing. And then my colleague Faiz will be presenting on the impact on the groundwater as farmers move from diesel to solar. So as was quite aptly described in the opening sessions, the need for this transition is basically twofold. One is in terms of the energy security. In terms of food security, for Boro is one of the most important crops, and it is heavily dependent on irrigation, diesel-based irrigation. What? Okay. On diesel-based irrigation, and there's a huge number of diesel pumps that needs to be replaced. So one, as I told you, one problem is that the energy security. So most of the diesel is imported. So if there's an oil price shock, then that sort of either it has to be subsidized or the price for farmers rises abruptly. And we saw that recently during the oil price shock that we saw. And the other is, of course, the GHG emissions. So it is part of the NDC target or NDC plan in terms of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Most of the people are aware, but if there might be some new peoples for whom I just wanted to mention that there are it's an ambitious target to replace all diesel pumps. Out of 1.3 million pumps, only as compared to that, we have only 3,000 SIPs installed in Bangladesh till now. Most of them are off-grid. What is interesting is there are already different business models for SIPs. So the most prevalent one is the fee-for-service model that Equitable does, which is unique in terms of its reliance on the private sector for expanding solar irrigation pumps. And it's sort of either a private company or an NGO sets up a pump and then sells water to farmers. Compared to that, we have the other model at the complete opposite is the BMDA and BADC pumps, where these are more community-owned pumps. And they have together, I think, around 963 pumps when we collected this data. And then finally, the other model is the ADB-funded BREB model, which is which are grid connected, and these are comparatively smaller pumps, 3 HP or 5 HP pumps, and they are given to individual farmers. Again, a combination of grant, loan, and some amount that has to be given to the farmer. But the farmer part is much smaller in this. The other important point to discuss is that BMDA and BADC are all surface water using. and there are some small dug wells, while the BREB and ITCOL are using groundwater. So that sort of is the overall picture. But if you see, most of the pumps are either in the northwest region or in the southwest region so it's two very distinct parts of the country. And the other thing I wanted to mention, if you see the most important, like the most prevalent model is the fee-for-service model. And the studies that we present here would be mostly looking at the fee-for-service model. So I'll give you the broad results. What we find is, as I said, the first objective is about mitigation. So we find that diesel use within the SIP command area is around 90% lower. There is, which translates to around 190 to 250 kg per acre per year of CO2 emissions avoided. There is still some diesel use during the Rabi season for some vegetable crops, but mostly what we can say is that once the SIPs are being installed, at least it is replacing diesel use within the command area. But what is important to highlight is that compared to other mitigation strategies that are available in the agricultural sector, what is unique about SIPs is that it has important co-benefits for farmers. So what we can find in many of mitigation strategies, even if you subsidize, it is difficult for farmers to change their behavioral patterns. While for SIPs, that's not the case. In fact, they get some benefits. The main benefit is the reduced cost. So what we find is SIP buyers pay 20 to 30% lower charges compared to diesel pumps. And the other thing is, as I said, the ITCOL model is a fee-for-service model. So there is an operator who sort of manages the SIPs and sells water to farmers. So that leads to time savings in irrigation management. No need to set up queue with the pump owners if you're buying from diesel pump owners. And also BADC, BMDA pumps, also ITCOL pumps, all of them have underground pipes. So that lead to savings both in the nala katatar labor among land. That sort of it saves on that. So these are the benefits to the farmers, and we sort of quantify these benefits using econometrics. So we use a propensity score matching to sort of compare between diesel and solar irrigation farmers. What we find is that there is a net positive effect of SIP access on profitability of dry season paddy. And if we quantify it, it comes around 6,400 to 6,900 BDT per acre gain for the farmers. It's mostly due to the reduction in labor and irrigation cost. And we also find sort of at the farmer level, some increase in food security, like we create some indices on food security and profitability. So we see some significant increase on that. One thing we also noticed that there is a slight increase in boro area coverage. It's around 6%. But what I want to highlight is that because ITCOL is it's a fee-for-service model where when the sponsor is setting up, they have an objective of having enough revenue so that the model itself self-selects in regions which are already high irrigation demand. And from that perspective, there is less scope for more irrigation area expansion under boro in these areas. So we find a very small, in the ITCOL regions, increase in boro coverage. One thing we wanted to highlight was that these benefits that we see, this 20 to 30% reduction, a lot has to depend on the competitiveness of the groundwater market to ensure these co-benefits exist. So what happens is it's sort of the electric pumps are used as a benchmark while negotiating the rates on the solar irrigation pumps. And what we also find that if the diesel price rises that we saw in previous years, there is also a tendency to for the sponsors or the sellers to increase some rise in the solar irrigation pumps because it depends on the opportunity cost that the farmers have in terms of what available alternatives. But the increase has not been similar to what diesel has said. One thing I want to highlight is that the competitiveness of the groundwater market, it also depends on the new tubewell permit system that was introduced that sort of restricts minimum distance between tubewells. So if I set up a pump beforehand, so then new sellers cannot come inside that command area within that minimum distance. So that sort of restricts getting new electric connections. So it needs to be carefully monitored and checked so that the competitiveness in the groundwater markets remains, so that the benefits that we see are retained. And also the operators play a very key role in the operation and maintenance of these SIPs, and their role could be expanded to allow other irrigation service, other extension services. But there's one key challenge for SIPs that we find, I think ITCOL also has been working on that, is using the capacity utilization. So there is an irrigation demand limited for around 5 months, borrow requires high. So the irrigation demand is limited to 5 months. The rest of the year, it remains sort of unutilized. And so there is, so if we increase the capacity utilization, then there is the financial sustainability of this model will also increase. There are mainly two alternatives that have been tried in Bangladesh that I am aware of. One is using them for alternative uses like husking, running these for husking, threshing machine, cold storage, etc. But there is, in some areas this might work, but there is some limited scope also, because if it is nearer to the road, these sort of things are successful. But if it's in the middle of the field, then it will be difficult for the farmers to take the produce in the middle of the field to use in the thresher. So the more viable option would be grid integration. Of this system. So under this project, as we said, we sort of did grid integration pilot. We did this in around October, September 2022. So we tried two different methods in Ghazi. Ghazi is the name of the sponsors. It's in Northwest region in Dinajpur. So 4 SIPs were connected to the grid together in a cluster mode. And these were, the panel capacity were 30 kilowatt peaks, and each pumps were around 15 kilowatt. The total cost was around 56 lakh BDT for the grid integration of these 4 SIPs. And the Wave is again the sponsor, which are with whom we have done 2 grid integrations. These are in the southwest regions in Chuadanga and Jhinaidaho. These are individual pumps that has been connected to the grid. These are slightly larger panel capacity. Yeah, so these are the 2 models that we integrated. What we find is we sort of collected the 15 months data from these two locations. So if you look at the left-hand side graph is for the 4 sites that are clustered and grid integrated. And the right-hand side graph is the 2 individual grid sites that have been connected to the grid. The generation in the Ghazi sites are slightly smaller. So one thing that I'll highlight later also is that there were GTI stolen or disconnected for 2 of these locations, while for the Wave sites, these were not so. But overall, if you look at these 6 sites, around 1.4 lakh units were exported in 15 months, which translates to around 7.4 lakhs BDT earned by sponsors. But there is also an additional benefit which is not reflected, is the subsidy saving by the government. So if we look at the per unit generation cost in BPDP annual report in 2023, the average generation cost was around 11 taka. But the bulk rate at which BREB is buying the electricity from the sponsors is only 5.89. So on each unit that basically it's sold back to the grid, there is a subsidy of savings of 5.13 taka per unit. So if we look at the subsidy savings of the government, that would also constitute about 7 lakh BDT. So almost same as the amount earned by the sponsors. So in each active site, if we just take a 12-month period, we saw that each site sort of generates around 14,000 units, and it translates to around 80,000 BDT in a year. While for the larger Wave sites, we find the generation is around 20,000 units, and the amount translates to around 1.6 lakhs BDT per annum, just from selling energy to the grid. What I want to highlight is there, first of all, you'll see that Wave sites are So there's a lot of variation is how much energy is being sold to the grid. And it's not just because websites are slightly greater, there are other things. I'll talk briefly about them. But another important thing is the cost. Even if we take the best case scenario, the cost of recovery of setting up this grid integration sites could be between 8 to 16 years. It depends how much is the cost, etc. So this is without the subsidy. So under the pilot, we gave 50% subsidy and 50% by the sponsors. But if we don't have the subsidy, the cost of recovery could be between 8 to 16 years. So there needs to be done something to make this more attractive. Both from the perspective of making SIPs more financially sustainable and also in terms of saving, basically making the energy in the grid more cleaner, so you can export more clean energy to the grid. Again, as I said, there is substantial variation in energy export under the grid integration projects that we saw. Lower in February, May, between February, May, when there is a high irrigation demand, then sort of cloudy in mid-June and August. Again, it's sort of not so high, but the highest part is around October, November. If we look at the reasons, so there's a type of crop, the irrigation season, whether early versus borrow, all of them contribute to that. But I want to highlight one particular point is how much load shedding and technical faults in the grid sort of results in lower energy being exported to the grid. So one thing that could be looked at is what the grid system, in regions where the grid system, the load shedding rate is lower, the potential of these sort of things is higher. So that could be one factor while deciding where grid integration of SIPs can be done. So this is the data we are still working on. Sort of we are collecting regular monitoring data. So we'll have a more clearer picture of assigning different components on what are the variations are happening. But one thing is technical fault of the grid itself is a huge factor in terms of why the potential of how much energy can be exported to the grid is not fully utilized. So I'll end by what we think is should be done in terms of making setting the right incentives for grid integration. One is increasing the feed-in tariff above the bulk rate to incentivize more sites. Currently, it's around 5.89 BDT, but as I said, the generation cost is much higher. So if we increase the feed-in tariff between those two numbers, it will be beneficial for the government also and for the sponsors also. Also, in some cases, if we allow net metering to support the high demand but low generation, so during the foggy days, the sunlight is low. So for that, you sort of have to make the panel sizes higher. So one option is to allow net metering for a limited time during those months. So that can sort of, then you can sort of rationalize the panel to pump ratio, which will have impact on the total project cost. But we have to be careful that the users don't just abandon solar completely and start using only electricity to selling to the farmers. So there are different ways that can be tried. All of this need to be piloted. We are not saying each one will be successful, but this needs to be thought about and implemented in the ground. And the final thing I want to highlight is future SIP projects should prioritize grid integrated SIPs rather than retrofitting, which will sort of make it less costly of grid integration. I'll now ask Faiz to share the groundwater related studies.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks. Yeah, thanks, Archesman. So I think with solar, the one question that always comes up is that what will be the impact on groundwater if we keep on upscaling solar? And the idea flows from the concept or notion that with solar there is limited cost, the lower cost, as Archesman mentioned. It's easy and convenient that the farmers will start pumping more, and this will have negative impact on the groundwater storage. And the concern is right, given how important groundwater is for the Bangladesh agriculture. More than 80–90% of irrigation comes from groundwater, especially in the northwest and southwest regions of Bangladesh. There are already concerns. The studies have shown that there are already the pockets, though we receive high rainfall, good recharge, but already in pockets, especially in northwest and southwest, the groundwater depletion is emerging. And the other concern is that because of 1.3 million diesel pumps, which are largely centrifugal on the surface, they have a suction limit. So it's not that we keep on depleting, though we have very good alluvial aquifers, but if the aquifer levels go beyond 6 meters, 7 meters, that is above the suction limit of diesel pumps, that means retrofitting these pumps, installing deeper bore wells, that means more investment. So the question emerges is that if we keep on upscaling solar, if any of these conditions going to deteriorate? Are the groundwater levels going to deplete? So, and till now the discussion have remained theoretical. Mainly the arguments have been less based on the theoretical notions, concepts, modeling, but no empirical data collection was done, which is something which this project did for the last 3 years. And the question we wanted to answer was that already the ITCOL has installed so many SIP sites, whether we see any evidence of farmers changing their irrigation behavior, whether we see any evidence of solar farmers pumping more water as compared to the nearby diesel farmers. So we went to the field, collected a lot of data with NGO Forum, ITCOL, support of ITCOL and NGO Forum. And the idea was we selected a subsample of SIPs, especially in the Northwest, where a lot of boro paddy is being grown. We selected farmers within those SIP areas and adjoining diesel farmers nearby those SIPs area. We monitored them for 2 years in terms of how much water they are applying, how many hours of irrigation they are doing through a mix of instrumentation, through a mix of logbooks. And then, of course, in the end, we compared them. And a lot of this data collection happened through the operators, SIP operators and diesel farmers, which were trained on data collection part. And very detailed data was collected through logbooks and instruments. So overall, for the 2 seasons, 21-22 and 22-23 boro season, we collected data on more than 100 plots for both solar and diesel farmers. And this included, you can see some of the field work that we have done, some of the flow meters we installed on the field, but also the logbooks that were filled by the farmers. And this gave us, I think, I would say for the first thing, I think for the Bangladesh was also overall for the other regions, some empirical data to compare water application between solar and diesel farmers, rather than just relying on theoretical concepts. So we compared this water application in 2 ways. And the reason I would just go back, the reason we compared in 2 ways is the water application by the farmers is impacted by a lot of other things that are happening around, not just solar versus diesel. The rainfall might be different, the soil might be different, or the sowing dates might be different depending on whether they are doing pre-boro crop or not. They are not doing pre-boro crop. So you can compare diesel and solar farmers 1-to-1, but then there are always issues can come up, maybe they're not similar. So we compared them in 2 ways. First one is we only compared solar and diesel farmers which are in adjoining areas. So the assumption goes that if those farmers are in nearby areas, all other variables are similar. And what we find is that when we compare these farmers, there is no very clear difference between water application by diesel and solar farmers. So in a nutshell, solar farmers are not applying more water in the field for the boro crop. For example, what you see is that in 2021-22 season, the water application was around 700 mm for the boro crop. And for the 22-23 season, the water application was higher, around 950 mm for both solar and diesel. And the reason was in the 21-22 season, we had much higher rainfall around April, May, which reduced water application rates. So again, when we compare method 1, comparing only nearby farmers, we don't see any evidence that solar farmers are applying more water in the field as compared to the counterpart diesel farmers. The second method we use is that instead of only comparing nearby farmers, which may still have differences, what we compared them is against the benchmark water requirement. So we use the modeled water requirement, calculated using FAO Crawford model, is how much water they require, each farmer, depending on its soil condition, sowing date. And then we compared it with how much water they have applied to a field to calculate an efficiency in terms of. Again, what we see when we compare solar and diesel farmers is that even in this method, there is no clear difference between solar and diesel farmers. Again, solar farmers are not applying more water. What we do see is there is large variation between water application rate. and these large variation is governed by the soil type, by the sowing date, especially the sowing date. For example, a lot of farmers are taking pre-boro crop, mustard, potato, and what it does is that it shifts the boro cultivation towards March, towards February end. And that means either depending on the rainfall or not, these farmers have different water requirements as compared to the farmers who don't take a pre-boro crop. But again, one-to-one comparison in both method doesn't show us that solar farmers are applying more water in their field as compared to the diesel farmers. Even after even after the cost is, I think, 20 to 30% less, this is much more convenient. So we don't see. In some cases, we do see efficiencies which are more than one, which basically means they're doing under irrigation, they're applying less water than what is needed. But this is being something that is being checked through the field, whether it's actually the case or something else is happening. Again, till now, for the 2 years of data, doesn't show any evidence of more water application by solar farmers. This I've already said, differences other than solar and diesel energy source, the differences are much more governed by soil type, sowing dates, rainfall pattern than solar versus diesel. What we are also doing is that right now we have a data from a subsample of sites. Right now, of course, out of someone has already mentioned, we have covered less than 2% of diesel farmers. But what will happen in the future when we start expanding solar and assume we will replace 50% of the diesel pumps or 80% of the diesel pumps? And those are the answers that we are trying to find through the modeling exercise. Because other than the energy transition that is happening from solar to diesel to solar, there would be other factors that are happening, that climate change, the rainfall patterns may differ down the line in 2030, 2050. And also, as I just pointed out, there is some marginal increase in boro cultivated area in some areas. So those answers to those questions, we are trying to answer through a regional groundwater model. We have set up a model at the regional scale Northwest, where we are basically inputting all the data that we have collected on the field, but also future climate change patterns, and also future cropping change, crop diversification or cropping change patterns to answer what if scenarios. And I'll be more than happy to take some scenarios from you if there's a particular scenarios that you are interested in modeling. To answer what if scenarios in the future, we have set up the model. The model is already performing satisfactorily well in the region with good accuracy and reliability. And just one scenario I will highlight is that given the data that we have collected in the field, which shows no difference, even if we assume there would be plus, let's assume there would be difference of plus minus 10% in irrigation amount, would that change in irrigation will have any implication on the future sustainability? And what we find out is that minor changes in irrigation, either increase or decrease, doesn't make any difference in terms of groundwater storage or groundwater levels down the future, because dynamics of recharge are governed by how much space we have in the aquifer. So even if we pump a little bit more, there is a recharge increases also by the same or similar amount. But again, these are just assumptions, scenarios that even if we increase or if we decrease 10% increase irrigation amount, we don't see any significant change happening down the line along with climate change pattern. So this is what we have. I'm pretty sure we'll have questions later on. But yeah, thank you.
I think we can have 2-3 questions. Before you. If any questions, yep. 2, if 3, okay. If can.
This is Jahangir Alam Khan, Additional Chief Engineer, Barint Multipurpose Development Authority, Rajshahi. You are speaking about groundwater utilization, but you are not speaking about surface water irrigation. You should have think about the matter to use the surface water also. Secondly, Equitable is working with private organizations. Government has its target to achieve around 40% of solarization. But you are not thinking with the government organization like BMDA, BADC, they have a lot of installations in the field. We, BMDA, we are operating 16,000 number of irrigation equipments there. And almost all are electric. Among those, we have around 1,000 numbers of solar equipments there. So we try to solarize all the electric equipments and bring under net metering. You are speaking about net metering. It is without net metering, you cannot sustain. This is my observation. So you have to construct electric line with your solarization. So you have to think about net metering, and we have electric equipments, and we are thinking about solarization of that equipments. We are working with ADB and other government organizations, but you are not thinking about the solarization of BMD equipments. So I like to request you to think about these matters. Thank you.
No, I think I don't have any disagreement on there. I think similarly in India, most of the solarization that happened was on-grid system, like electric systems connecting to the grid. So yeah, that's for our presentation today. The scope was looking at the impact of solar irrigation pumps that ITCOL has installed. But I completely agree with your observation in terms of looking. I think that's a great opportunity to increase the SIP capacity in the country.
Dr. Mohammad Ayub Hassan, ex-director, Bangladesh Irrigation Research Institute. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. So I will just ask a small question here. I have not found any problem of solar irrigation system because the farmer always complain that during their land preparation period in foggy weather, they do not get enough water from solar pump rather than diesel pump. So do you have any observation? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no, I think that's an important point. So I think I briefly mentioned that. So what currently we see is that in many cases, the reason these panel sizes are oversized, if you compare to, for example, in the neighboring countries, the panel to pump capacity ratio is much higher. And one of the reasons is to address this point that during those foggy season, if you have a larger capacity, then there is a more chance that I can serve the area. And what we are saying is that if we have net metering, so currently what they do, if still problems exist, sometimes they have to use some diesel pumps to support that. And that's why we find that it's 90%, the diesel use is not completely replaced. There is still 10% diesel use that happens within the command area. But my main point, what I tried to say was that if we do net metering, it could be an option for those periods to sort of have the support of electricity available to support. Instead of diesel, we can have sort of a combination of electricity and solar to support during those periods. So that's one solution, but there are challenges to that also. Again, it has to be piloted and tested, but yeah.
Thank you. So my name is Otanu Rabbani. I teach economics at University of Dhaka, which is not very far from here. Thanks for inviting me to this this program. I really appreciate it. So I just want to reiterate the problem of feed-in tariff. I think this is something that people talk almost all the time. Our grid is basically not ready. So if we factor in the investment that will require, I think the whole cost benefit analysis will definitely will something that we need to worry about. My kind of second point is I was just thinking, since I'm an economist, social scientist, the agency issue, and that may have something to do with many analyses that you're doing. And one particular aspect I'll mention that you're probably, I don't know about your exact program, but so there are pump owners and they play a very big role. It almost seems that this program probably bypassed and went directly to the farmers. So when I'm thinking about scaling up to like 1.3 million, the existing pump owners and the service that they're providing, this seems like a obvious candidate of kind of the solar pump investment. And so I was just wondering what their role will be. And my kind of second quick follow-up question is, so Archiman, when you showed those AIT and especially the food security or the food outcome, I was just wondering what's the mechanism? I mean, the yields seem to be remain the same, water use remain the same. Is it just they're saving money and they're now buying more food? Is that the preferred explanation?
So two
you.
things. Again, one is the obvious way is in terms of increased income and that sort of being spent for food. We sort of have not, so for yield also we checked. So it's weakly significant basically, if we can use the term weakly significant. But there might be some increase in the yield also that sort of goes into some sort of subsistence that they're using for their own. So these two could be the reasons, pathways. About your other question in terms of individual farmers, again, when I started, ITCOL's model is one of the models. The other model is the BREB model, where they are actually targeting individual farmers. And I think the ADB roadmap also sort of identifies these models that are existing. So that also has scope for individual farmers. The one challenge of individual farmers is in terms of generating demand. What I feel is terms of generating demand. So if you need to spread to this many farmers, there's huge transactional costs. So that needs to be also taken in consideration. Yeah. I think.
Any more questions?
The last two.
Thank you for get me offer me opportunity. This is Sheikh Mohammad Nurul Islam, LGD, Super Engineer LGD. I am thinking the farmers group. We have farmers groups, WMCS, and we are going to provide them solar irrigation. Very low, 0.5 cubic capacity, and they may be floating. They may be floating on the canal. They will transfer it, and this maybe 1 acre or 2 acre. This pump can be. Sorry for my thinking is that waste management. We are going to introduce this. What is the plan of our waste management? This will be a big question after some days. Thank you.
No, that's a gap. That's a gap, and I think that needs. I think very few countries have solar. I think India and there's another country. Like very few countries have solar, like a guideline, detailed guideline on how to address solar PV waste. And that's a policy that government needs to develop. And sort of one policy brief that we are trying to develop is sort of highlighting this point that there is a gap of a policy that needs to be developed. So I completely agree.
From KTH Oil Institute of Technology, Department of Sustainable Development, Environmental Science and Engineering. And this is a question about the energy storage also, because when you have the photovoltaic cells, which are actually capturing the solar energy, and you are directly feeding into the net, right? So instead of that, can we also have that? We are really struggling for holding the energy so that you can use it locally in the farm scale. And that is there any, because in Sweden, for example, on our rooftops, and that is one of the potential problems of switching over to the solar energy or the green transitions, what we call now. So how do you see in this solar irrigation pumps in this context?
You are saying in terms of using batteries?
In terms of using batteries for local storage, so that you can use it in the same region, yeah.
The frank answer is in this, we have not studied the scope of batteries, but ITCOL have I think, looked into some of the scope of batteries. And Motin is here. He can add to that the scope of batteries for solar irrigation pumps. Do you want to add something on that? Acha.
Okay, we can talk later, but
Yeah.
my second question is to Faiz. You're talking about, abstraction of groundwater. That you just mentioned that the recharge will happen in any case. But when you talk about recharge, you need to understand what is the transmissivity of the aquifers in different regions and local variations in hydrogeology, hydrostratigraphy, and those things. How do you really look into that aspect? Have you really studied in two different regions? In Bahrain region, for example, you have the Bahrain, the Pleistocene aquifers and the Holocene ones in regions. So do you see a subtle variation in that?
Yeah, of course. So when the model is set up, we did account for all the variation, spatial variation in terms of transmissivities, recharge rates, specific yields. So what I mentioned, what I wanted to intend to say is that plus minus 10% change in irrigation amount, change in abstraction won't significantly alter the groundwater levels because the dynamics itself, how much excess return flow is going, because so much rivers are crossing by the Bangladesh. I think that's why the recharge is high. I think the recent paper that the Bangladesh water machine that came out also was of the same opinion, in the sense that in a lot of places, the recharge has increased because of increased abstraction. But of course, that's our results only valid for the small change in irrigation. We can't expect that if we change our irrigation by 30% or 40%, we expect these dynamics will sustain, which was also the conclusion of Bangladesh water machine.
Yeah, exactly. The water balance in perspective. So you need to do that. Yeah. Okay. We can talk later also. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. Acha, is there a question?
Thank you for the nice presentation. I have basically two questions. So one is already discussed, Professor Prashant Bhattacharya. So I have a supplementary recommendation regarding the carbon emission of due to the diesel pump. So as we have already contributing to carbon emission through replacing the solar system. So I think we can calculate the carbon calculation which has been contributing to the climate adaptation and mitigation also. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And we have been doing, so we have some estimates of that in our paper. So yeah, that's a valid suggestion. Thanks. We'll close now.
Thanks a lot, Archisman and Faiz, for the presentation. Moving on next, we have the panel discussion on empowering the marginalized through micro SIP models. And for this, I would like to call upon the dais, our dignitaries to raise the dais. We have Martina, the product manager from Future Pump, who has joined us online. Thanks, Martina, for your time. We have Mr. Victor, COO of co-founder of KethWorks, who has also joined us online for this panel discussion. May I call upon Ashok Kumar Biswas, Deputy Project Director, SIP DEE, to kindly raise the dais. Thank you, sir. Mohammad Sarwar Hussain, Additional Chief Engineer from BADC. May I call you upon the dais, sir? Thank you. Mohammad Jahangir Alam, Additional Chief Engineer from BMDA. Kindly join us on the dais, sir. And to moderate the session, I may request Mr. Archisman, researcher from IWMI. Hi, Archisman. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Over to you.
Hello. Thank you. Okay, so me again. So I'll not give a long introduction. The reason we wanted to have this is most of the pumps in Bangladesh are sort of a bigger pumps. And I wanted to sort of have this discussion to to sort of look at the scope of micro SIPs. As Sir mentioned that they are going to pilot some of these on surface water schemes also. The objective of this panel would be first to hear from Martina and Victor. So they have been working on micro SIPs outside Bangladesh, in Africa and in South Asia. So sort of hear from them what sort of has been their experience. And going from that, we wanted to have stakeholders in Bangladesh to sort of comment on the scope of micro SIPs, what they think would be in Bangladesh. So that's briefly the objective. So I'll start with Martina. So Martina, Future Pump is a manufacturer of micro SIPs that have been working in Africa and South Asia. So if you can describe the technical and financial models of Future Pump and what are the key challenges of expansion of micro SIPs, and when are micro SIPs appropriate or easily scalable, especially in terms of reaching small and resource poor farmers, and to what extent micro SIPs have been successful. So basically your experience of working with micro SIPs.
Sure, I'll try. I hope I'm okay audible. All right. So yeah, Future Pump is indeed a manufacturer of solar irrigation pumps. And so we currently manufacture surface water pumps. So that's the same 7 or 6 meter suction limit that was mentioned earlier. We currently have 3 different models that range from a maximum of 1,600 liters per hour to 3,600 liters per hour at 1 meter. And the total head is about 15 for 2 models and 45 meters for the other model. So those are the pumps that we currently manufacture and sell. And we work with a distribution model, so a business-to-business model. So we sell the pumps from our factory doorstep in India to a network of distributors, of which we currently have about 33 distributors in 25 different countries. And these distributors can be solar home system distributors or hardware or pump or agricultural equipment shops. So there's a big variety of different distributors. And we support our distributors with technical and sales training, as well as spare parts for after-sales support and materials for promotion. So that is the business model through which we sell our pumps. Our distributors themselves, they also use really a wide variety of channels and models to sell or to bring pumps to end users. So some sell directly to customers, some use payment plans, others focus more on NGOs or through governments, who then will sell the pumps at reduced prices or even donate them. So we see through all these different distributors all sorts of financial models to bring pumps to end users. To give an indication of the price of the pumps, we sell from our factory doorstep, so there is wholesale prices for that. But then in the end, retail prices differ from about 650 to 950 USD, depending on the country and the model. And yeah, I think it's good to talk a little bit about the impact that we see from people using these pumps, because I think now we focused a lot on the larger pumps in the previous presentations. So what we see is users from half an acre to 2 acres that are using these pumps to mainly grow vegetable crops, tomatoes, onions, kales, but also fruit trees, bananas, mango, or strawberry, watermelon, depending on country and niche market. And so people move from using petrol pumps, diesel pumps, or buckets to irrigate with solar. And it's a recent study from 60 decibels indicated in Mali that around 80% of the customers, it was the first time accessing a solar pump through our distributor in Mali. And about 90% indicated that their quality of life improved. And this was through either having more time for other tasks, or increased the area irrigated, had extra income for school fees or less of a burden because of the fuel cost, that then gave freedom to take more risks, like try out a new crop. So these are sort of what we see from our customers, that yeah, we get feedback on that the solar pump has enabled them the extra benefits to do. Yeah, and I think if we're looking at challenges or where are the good matches for these for our solar pumps, I think the best match we find where there's no grid available, or even where fuel is difficult to obtain, then there's a really big incentive for people to try out a solar pump. And of course, for our pump, surface water needs to be available, and the size of the land that people want to irrigate should be around 1 or 2 acres. That is sort of the scope of the pump. And I think if we talk about challenges, it's really awareness. That's a big challenge. It can be just in irrigation itself, so not knowing the benefits of irrigation, but also specifically of solar pumps. I think in many regions, it still can even be a bit of magic, you know, not really knowing that this is an option. So yeah, that's a big challenge. For us, it's also sometimes finding the right partner with sufficient capacity on the ground, the focus on our product, yeah, and the willingness to take on a relatively new product or a new sector with the right capacity to handle it. Of course, the high upfront investment cost. So we see good results with harvest cycle funding, but they're still, yeah, the financial institutes are very reluctant to lend money to farmers. So that's a challenge. And we've also always believed that funding can be directed in different places. And we see a big benefit of putting funding at the manufacturer's place, because then you can reduce the cost of manufacturing the pump, which will then you know, be factored in because of after that VAT or other import duties, then the distributor margin, it's always factored after that. So you can get a lot more savings if you can reduce the manufacturing cost. And then I think, especially in the Asian region, so most of our distributors are based in African countries, but we also have a distributor in Nepal, Cambodia, and Papua New Guinea, as well as India. And there we sometimes see different habits or different expectations, which can be, you know, focused on very big hosepipe sizes or irrigating once in, let's say, 2 weeks or some long period like that. So yeah, changing over to a solar pump of our size, that usage doesn't really match. So that can also be a challenge depending on the region.
Thanks, Martina. Sorry, were you going to say something?
Yeah, I don't know if it's interesting, but I can share a bit more details on a few countries specifically, because I think an interesting development is, for example, in Ethiopia, where recently they have banned fossil fuel pumps completely, and those are also used by millions of farmers there. And so we really see a huge demand in solar operated pumps there, both from farmers as well as from our distributors in Ethiopia, who then work with NGOs or yeah, projects that are bringing a lot of solar pumps to Ethiopia at the moment. And similarly in Nigeria, the government has been buying solar pumps for distribution to smallholder farmers, and we see sort of the knock-on effect now that it's increasing demand. Now that people have seen those pumps, they're coming back and want to obtain or buy the same pump.
No, thanks. I think you raised a few key important points, and what I gather is one is awareness about SIPs in general and sort of micro SIPs in particular. That sort of, again, comes back to the question of reaching a lot of farmers. So that's one thing. And I think the other point I think was very important is having the manufacturing nearer to the base. So yeah, I'll come back to you later and we sort of move to the others. So now I'll ask Victor, who is from KTHWorks. They also work on micro SIPs. So similar question, Victor, that what sort of has been your experience and what sort of models that you work on?
Sure. Can everyone hear me okay? Thank you for inviting me. First of all, I'm sorry I can't be there, but it's a very exciting time and sort of inflection point that the opportunity is there to think critically in a coordinated effort on how to further implement solar-powered irrigation, sustainable and equitable ways of providing income generation, irrigation to income generation. And I think, you know, whatever I say, you know, I do want to defer to your local expertise on what is relevant. I think there's a great opportunity to see what learnings can be from places like India, certainly on large government subsidized programs, but as well a wealth of learnings in sub-Saharan Africa, where we ourselves don't do as much work, but where you see most of the activity with smaller solar irrigation pumps, pushed a lot by startups, by companies that are innovating around the product and really trying to work closely with the end users, beneficiaries, and customers to provide a really good product that fits the market. So myself, I'm Victor. I'm one of the co-founders of KTHWorks. We also develop and deploy small solar-powered irrigation pumps. We started in India with a focus on East India. So we are very impact focused and work with smallholder farmers, usually less than an acre, 1 to 2 acres, primarily in tribal belts of Jharkhand and Odisha. But we do have pumps that have been deployed across 14 states in India, to Nepal and to Malawi through partners. And for us, we have a slightly, you know, different product and different kind of business model approach to Future Pump. But you will find, you know, many manufacturers and companies along that spectrum. So for us, what we focused on is we focused on delivering an open well submersible pump. So it is a pump that in any pond, stream, well, you can throw the pump in and then pipe will attach to the outlet. And so we have a shut-off head, total dynamic head of 18 to 20 meters. Our best efficiency point is around 10 meters of head. And at that depth, we're able to provide 1 liter of flow. So per the testing specifications by Ministry of New and Renewable Energy in India, you know, over a full course of the day, you can get 35,000 liters of flow. We similarly target smallholder farmers focused on vegetable cultivation. So I know a big topic of discussion, you know, in my crash course here with irrigation and agriculture in Bangladesh is, of course, the boro crop. And we can discuss that a little bit, what parallels might be there in India. But we find that with a smaller, quote unquote, pump, you have really good return on investment, really good impact, both economic arguments, productivity arguments, income generation, food production, but also looking at access to more marginalized, underserved communities. So most of our areas are in tribal belts. There are off-grid areas or poorly electrified areas where grid might reach the community, but not the farmland. And farmers are either manually irrigating, they're renting diesel, kerosene, petrol pumps. A few might own pumps, or they're at times, although in fewer numbers, hooking small Tulu pumps, you know, 0.25, 0.5 HP electric pumps. So we're working in areas where sometimes government schemes don't reach, where certainly the farmer's ability to pay is challenging. And we do work with a lot of women farmers. So because of the convenience of the system, its portability, how it's designed, plug and play, over half of our users are women farmers. So in terms of the financial models, we have a mix. We are a little more involved in having operational teams on the ground by necessity of the market in India. So we do have resellers, systems integrators. We're working with farmer producer companies, self-help groups, farmer collectives. We do also have some CSR projects and are actually doing some export for distributors. But I think the big thing for us is we currently aren't going through sort of the traditional flagship PM Kusum scheme, which is the pump subsidy scheme, central government, which I'm sure you all are aware of in India. But we are looking at a mix of farmer contributions, of some grant subsidy, early stages in de-risking the market, but also at end user financing, which currently in India we have to facilitate with non-banking financial corporations. So, looking at the slides previously, and if we think of small irrigation pumps as on-farm infrastructure, and looking at some of these bigger projects where projects are being financed at low percentage rates over 10 years, if some of that financing can get accessed, it can certainly make a big change, because ultimately what we're trying to do is provide not an alternative or competition to sort of other solar pumps. What we're trying to provide is an alternative to status quo irrigation. So a down payment for a solar pump should match any sort of down payment for a diesel or kerosene pump. Weekly, monthly expenditures should match with end user financing rates, because at the end of the day, the return on investment is very high. We also have some of these impact reports in terms of farmers increasing land productivity, increasing the amount of land that's cropped, improving incomes, so improving quality of life. So we can share those. So I think from our perspective, looking at surface water certainly is a great opportunity. Even small surface water sources, whether those are farm ponds, village ponds, those can be of great benefit for creating, real returns for smallholder farmers. And yeah, I think on the technology side, for us, it's always been about, reducing some of the costs and creating really a high performance, high efficiency system, which we do think we have some of the best in the market. For us, our pump system is running on 320 watts of solar. And we're providing the full system in India, roughly between, I think by the conversion rate, around 60,000 taka to around 75,000, depending again on configurations and regions and quantities. So I'll stop there. Hope that gives enough of an overview, and happy to kind of answer questions relative to context, because I think that's what's going to drive the conversation forward.
Thanks, Victor. And I think that brings us nicely to our next line of discussion. As you mentioned, that it really depends which regions are targeted and what sort of business model is being used for this to be successful. So I'll ask Mr. Jahangir Alam from PMDA. Sir, if you can sort of comment on the scope of micro SIPs as you see in Bangladesh, particularly in remote regions or in very poor farmers. Also to keep in mind, as Victor was saying, that while these can target poorer farmers, they may not always be very suitable for paddy growing regions. So where do you see sort of the scope of micro SIPs in Bangladesh?
Thank you. Government has imposed embargoes on government organizations like BMDA, BDC to further expansion of irrigation equipments. But private irrigation is going on. People are irrigating with their individual sources. So micro SIP is in Bangladesh, there is a lot of potentialities, because the people, especially the people of char land, they are deprived of irrigation. So you can expand your activities to char land for the marginal farmers. Of course, the char land is yet to irrigate. And there should be the cropping pattern should be considered. This SIP should not be used for rice cultivation, but in case of peanut cultivation or orchard or other vegetables crops, that can be used for that. But there are some challenges, I think. The poor farmers will not afford this. The cost of the panel will be very high, so they cannot afford. So the rate should be subsidized, and in many cases, it should be free of cost. And I think if you provide this type of cooperations to the farmers, that will be helpful for them. So I think there is a lot of scope for SIP, micro SIP, in the shoreland and in the area of poor farmers. Thank you.
Okay, so that's an interesting point. I think about the location, I think, yeah, that's good indications that you have given. About the cost of the panel, you are saying that even these would be very costly for them and it still needs to be subsidized. I'll come back to later to Victor and Martina to just understand how much of their panels are subsidized and what has been their cost. But before that, I'll just move to Sarwar Hussain from BADC. Sir, if you can say that what do you see as the main benefits of micro SIPs in Bangladesh? Also, what are going to be the likely limitations for such smaller pumps in Bangladesh? Also, I'd like you to comment that given the different SIP institutional models existing in Bangladesh, what sort of models would be appropriate for the country? I think Jahangir Alam sir has mentioned one, that it has to be fully subsidized, but do you have a different opinion on that, or do you think some other model might be useful for micro SIPs?
Thank you, Artisman. Though our agricultural lands are divided into small fragments, but our farmers operate the deep tubewell and LLPs in a group formation. But there are 1.3 million diesel pumps. So there is a scope of micro SIP to replace the diesel pump. But the main problem is availability of solar pump and the panels, because our farmers are not know the use of solar panel or pumps. We are operated 4,000 solar pump in whole Bangladesh. So it is our challenge. But in Bangladesh, medium and large SIPs are in high demand. But there are scope of micro SIP in northern region like Thakurga, Panchagor, and Dinajpur district, where the groundwater table is high. So the micro SIP are suitable. There is a good opportunity to low capacity solar irrigation pump there. In the southern part, there are availability of surface water like Borishal, Jhalkati, Gopalganj, Kumilla, Chatpur. So there are surface irrigation pump. We use the micro SIP in that region, and their cost is low. And another region is Chittagong hill tracts. There are much small fountain there. So there is a great opportunity to the farmers to use the micro SIP. In Bangladesh, we use two types of model in here. One called business model, but the business model have 50% subsidy. And another is government-oriented, government subsidy project. We use the fund of government to diversify the SIPs in whole country. There is 99% or 95% subsidy there. We collect the irrigation charge per year and that are so poor to utilize the maintenance. But we have a great demand in future because day by day our diesel price is high and our government has committed to convert the diesel pump to solar pump. So we have to utilize the SIP. So we have to convert the subsidy type projects to business or semi-business type or cooperative type. And that will be helpful to our farmers to introduce the micro SIPs. Thank you.
Thanks. Those are very concrete suggestions and very helpful. And I think one point that you also resonates with what Martina was saying, that in terms of one challenge is the awareness. And you also mentioned that the farmers' awareness is low. So in that respect, government involvement is needed to sort of popularize that. Actually, my question, I'll come back to you later, but I'll move to Ashokda from DAE. So, sir, if you can, commenting on that, both Martina was saying, Sarwar sir was saying that awareness and awareness as a new technology of SIPs, especially for micro SIPs, is a challenge for scaling up for the large number of farmers. So as a relatively new technology of very small SIPs by small and poorer farmers, what do you think government agencies like DAE, BADC, PMDA can do to popularize this? Pilots is of course one example, but other than pilots, what they can do through its extension services also, because DAE does those kind of exercises. Also, if you can comment if sort of what are the any government currently program around being planned for future for micro SIPs.
Thank you. You know, DA is a large service-oriented department in government level and work for all type of farmers, especially small and marginal farmers. In DA has completed a large project, SIP project in the last 5 years, but less experience in micro SIP model. In our experience that in farmers comment, they like to use micro SIP because first of thing, the crop is necessary, multi-crop. If we select multi-crop, then popularize small SIP project. In government level, Department of Agriculture Extension has proposed a new SIP project included micro SIP model, especially in hilly areas and coastal belt, because water is scarcity is different. If we consider some water in hilly area, small SIP 2.23 kilowatt in case we can popular in this area. If we popular small SIP, if we especially in portable SIP model, if we portable SIP in small context, then it can be popularized all over the Bangladesh. And then another government level thinking, and especially DAE, community-based solar homestead gardening. Small, because a small amount, our poor people has limited resource, small land, 5 decimal or 10 decimal. If we use a small oriented SIP, then they can help in that context. If we popular another, then the multi-crop zone can be selected in all over Bangladesh. Multi-crop, I mean, especially in crop, different whole year-round crop. Year-round crop is necessary for popularize small micro model. Another thing is harpies must be available because you see that a small solar panel or is popular in Bangladesh. And training must be necessary for a small farmer if it's popular. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Again, very concrete suggestions, and also good to hear that government has a plan. I see one major theme is all of you said it has to be government-based, fully subsidized, while the Martina and Victor, what they were saying were market-oriented models that they have tried. I will not ask. I have few questions, but I will not ask. There are many eminent people in the audience, so and we also have limited time. So I'll ask if you have questions to the panelists around this. Otherwise, I will ask questions. Yes, please.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. Just I am asking or giving my opinion about transforming this diesel pump to solar SIP because our most of the irrigation is done by shallow tube well, popularly small pump. In number, it is about 74%, and in area coverage, it is more than 50%, about 53% area is covered by shallow tube well, smaller pump. So we have to think about if we change, and another thing, the larger pump, this deep tube well, 95% deep tube well is operated by electricity. Only 5% is operated by diesel. So we have to think shallow tube well, it is about 73% shallow tube well is diesel operated. So we have to change the shallow tube well smaller pump to solar pump. And the larger pump is copper deep system, or it is operated by some company and financed by Equitable. But there are some problem in the field. So I think we should go ahead with this smaller pump that is still a solar shallow tube well, and shallow tube well is mainly operated by centrifugal pump, and it is most of the centrifugal pump now in manufactured in Bangladesh. We can reduce the cost, initial cost or investment cost, utilizing the local centrifugal pump, so that the overall cost will be reduced. Only panel can be imported from foreign countries. This is my suggestion. So we have to think about how we can proceed. We have to take some plan and action plan so that we can go ahead. And I am afraid the present system, the larger pump is now converted into a solar pump, SIP. And in the future, there may be created some corporate irrigation system, like so-called syndicate system, water syndicate system, so that the farmers will be affected in food production and in the food security of the country. So we have to give the ownership of the pump directly to the farmers, like shallow tube well. This is my opinion. And solar pump can be used in multi-purpose uses. That is not only for irrigation. Our irrigation season is very short, about 4 months. Then other months we can use it other system operating, lighting, or other purpose, milling, shelling, operating small agricultural equipment and other purposes it can be used. So we have to think about my suggestion. Bari, Bangladesh Agriculture Research has developed locally centrifugal pump, and about 50 pump is now in farmers field. They are operating oil. They are using multi-purpose use, that is solar home system and irrigation purposes. This is my opinion.
No,
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I think those are some important points. So maybe we can take another question and then you can together. Yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you for allowing me. I think I must thank first of all to the panelists because very important issue they put it to our eyes. That is micro SIP. I think the experience we heard from Africa as well as South Asian country, it is very nice. And I personally believe this will be very applicable in Bangladesh as well. We are talking about only groundwater irrigation with solar pump, but we have many other things to do with this small scale solar irrigation system. Particularly in Bangladesh nowadays, people are producing a lot of vegetables. I think diversified vegetables, and BRI is working on that on huge basis, I must say. So our target not only should do only the rice production, but also we can think about to produce other crops. As Dr. Jahangir Alam Khan already mentioned that there is a scope to include government organization for having this solar pump trial or pilot basis. Maybe BMDA could be one of the option, or BRI, whatever may be, but we cannot see it called initiative on that direction. So for rice production, actually we need to go for community approach because a lot of people will work together, right? But at individual level, if we can motivate and can show them the benefit of this small scale SIP, I think individual farmer will be interested. There are many interested farmers. They are producing a lot of vegetable, and already someone mentioned that the area where I should say multi type of vegetables they are producing around the year. I can tell Kumilla or Joshua, they are producing a lot of flowers even. So they can easily use these facilities. So our Honorable Prime Minister mentioned that we need to convert, but we need to come up with some affordable technology so that our farmer can receive it. So the experience from Africa and other country would be very useful in our country if we come forward with proper planning so that our small farmer or marginal farmer or interested farmer, they can take it. I don't think we always need subsidy, but we need something hands-on technology so that we can use it in a comfortable way. That's my opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. So in the interest of time, what I'll do is I'll take just one question and just question, and then just 1 minute comments from the panelists, all the panelists, and then we should close. Yes, please.
Thank you. This is Manoranjan Mandal from International Rice Research Institute. I have no question. I have just suggestion is that on suggestion and on submission, suggestion is that in the coastal zone, especially in the Borishal region, where the tidal rivers are there, canals are there, boat-mounted solar pump irrigation, as I've suggested with centrifugal pump, can be a good option. And DAE can think of it because BADC and BMDA are not working there. So Department of Agriculture Extension can pilot this floating boat-mounted SIP either micro or with a business model involving the resource poor women and youth. That's one thing. Another thing is that the present water market, without disturbing the present water market, the shallow tubers can be brought under SIPs, including cooperative. We can try, but the experience of cooperative is is not a good experience for Bangladesh. Chances of failure is more. But individual water market, the existing, just who are using diesel and electricity power can be transferred to the SIPs. That would help, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. So I would request the panelists, I'll start now from Sir Yu. Just 1 minute comments from all the comments that you heard. Your reflection, quick reflection. So we also are late on time. So
thank you. This is a crucial question in micro SIP model. We popular micro SIP model and collaborate DE and other government level organization and IMIS related. If we fund this government level and cooperative system, then we can proceed new project.
I already told that there are very much scope in the shallow water zone, shallow tubel. There can be used the small scale or micro solar irrigation pump. And with BADC and BMDA already, we have some small pumps in the dug well, solar dug well, and that are used in the used for the irrigation of horticulture and vegetative market. So, and another, we are small pumps in the Chittagong hill tracks. So there are the opportunity, and we already implemented some dug well where the as well as irrigation purpose, we recharge the groundwater. So there is a scope of micro solar irrigation pump. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to thank you, our senior Dr. Ayub Bhai, for his comments that, of course, BMDA, BADC, and private organizations are working in the region of irrigation. BMDA irrigation is very much affordable for the farmers. I like to mention because BMDA has initiated prepaid system. Every farmer has the ability to take irrigation by using prepaid cards. So BMDA irrigation system is the indicator to all farmers it's the basis of irrigation rate in Bangladesh, I think. And in many cases, private owners, they charge a higher rate from the farmers. So when you choose each and every individuals, if they afford this system, that will be very good. But all the farmers cannot able to afford that SIP, I think. So community based, we have to think about the method. Community people will take the opportunity of SIP. So in that case, there might be water load, or there might be a scope of creating water load or syndicates there. So you have to think about that there should be clear conception about the rate of irrigation. That is very much concerned. Secondly, Professor Saidur asks you to include BMDA on pilot basis. I'd like to thank you. And we have some experience. We have around 900 of dug well
with solar operated. And it is in the middle of community base. And people are using this type of dug well for their vegetable farming or their homestead garden. So SIP is very much suitable for homestead garden or vegetable garden. And one suggestion from Kishimit Monorajan that portable SIP is very suitable. We have some experience from Thakurga, Baliadangi. There are some motorcycle mechanic who has invented this system. He has solar panel on van, and here he has lot of pumps installed in the field. He moved this solar unit on van from point to point, and he expand his services to the pumps. So SIP can be portable on board or on van, and that will be very helpful for marginal farmers. Thank you.
Thank you. But I think very subsidy dependent model also has its limitation in terms of scalability. Like government can showcase it, but ultimately for 1.3 million diesel pumps, you need individual farmers coming in. From that perspective, I think, again, very short comments from Victor and Martina.
I have another suggestion here.
Yes.
The panel size is a concern for farmers because it takes so many lands. It occupies so many lands. So panel size, technical point of view, the panel size should be minimized. And we have to think about the matter.
We are very short on time. There is another session. Achha, very quickly, sir.
This is Sheikh Muhammad Nurul Islam, Superintendent Engineer, LGD, IWMI unit. LGD has already planned to distribute around 500 boat-mounted or floating SIP, which will be carried within this canal, and its command area just 2 acre, up to 2 acre. LGD has already taken this, and LGD will do this within 5 days, within 5 years.
Using surface water or river water.
Using surface water. LGD never use groundwater allow. And LGD will hand over these items to our WMCS. Almost we have 1,200 WMCS. They are working and they are running well from 1996 to up to this. So I think within 1 year we can we can give you the feedback.
No, that's great, and we'll be looking forward to that. Victor and Martina, I think you can choose whatever you find the most interesting one to comment. But as you can see, that most of the discussion was that most of these efforts has been through government programs and mostly subsidized, fully subsidized. So from that perspective, if you have any comments about your sort of more market-oriented approach, thanks. But again, very short if possible.
Yeah, so I'll just close up my comments quickly. So I don't think we're opposed to government subsidies. I think the question is how sustainable is that in the long run, right? Because there are varying strategies for subsidies, and we've seen subsidies that distort any sort of future market potential or reset expectations. But certainly if the context, the partners are there, there's experience in running government programs, collaborations, then I don't think, we'd be excited to jump into that. I mean, I think overall from the session, it's good to see that there's not a mentality of one size fits all on the solar pumping side and looking big, and even their, examples and willingness already for small solar pumps, boat-mounted pumps. We've had a partner try that in Assam as well. I think the one other parting thought is also thinking about this from a programmatic perspective. Sometimes with these programs, doing coordination for site installations, for group community ownership, they can have additional coordination costs, installation costs, and perhaps as we're trying to de-risk ideas around solar pumping and irrigation, small solar pumping assets, individual assets that are portable, that can unlock a variety of business models, such as irrigation as a service, can be used to de-risk and sort of build awareness around small solar, and can be deployed more quickly, and also can be taken back as assets if need be. I think those are all also potential benefits from a programmatic perspective. And lastly, just want to say, really appreciate the focus and centering of smallholder farmers. I mean, we are a pump company, but ultimately we are doing what we do in service to farmers. So as long as we keep that perspective and align in our collaboration, we'd be really excited to be involved, and hopefully can get some of our team to Bangladesh very quickly. Thank you.
Thanks, Victor. And final comments, Martina.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you all for your perspectives, and it's indeed very exciting to hear about the different opportunities members have indicated within Bangladesh for small solar equipments. And I've spent some time, about 8 years back in Bangladesh, and I can remember well the large amount of ponds and surface water available. So I can see there should be a very good match if focus is indeed on farmers and matching the product with the farmers. I wanted to also dive into the topic of panels that have been mentioned. So for us, we've also really, I think, similar to Victor, focused on efficiency, but also on portability. And so using a piston pump has really allowed us to keep the panels extremely small. So the smallest pump can work with 60 watt only. If you then want to improve low radiation, you go up to 180 watts. Our bigger model uses 120 watts up to 300 watts. So you can see that the panel size is really small. And that also, that focus of the design was also on portability as well as repairability. And so we've tried to keep the pump as complicated as a bicycle, let's say. So it is very easy to fix, and we give a 10-year warranty. And so that really means on the long term, it's also a more cost-effective method. You have very low operation costs and very low maintenance cost. So it's really the difficulty is about the upfront investment cost. And so we see very good results as well. I think it's been mentioned with, for example, agriculture extension officers or farmers that are really excited about the product, have it for a longer period, that then start promoting it to others. And so that can be a very powerful tool if you have people within current organizational systems like agriculture extension officers that get excited about this product. They're in a very good position to upskill and to promote it to others.
Thanks all. Thanks Martina and Victor for joining online with us and staying for so long. And thanks Sir, Jahangir Sir, Sarwar Sir and Ashok Da. Thanks all of you for joining today. I'll close here. Thanks.
Thanks, Archisman. Thanks, the panelists. Yeah, I just request you to kindly stay for a moment. I request Archisman to kindly felicitate the panelists for the session. Thanks, Archisman. Thank you, everyone. Sorry. Moving ahead, we have the next presentation from Mr. Deepak Varshini, researcher from IWMI. His presentation will be on the trends and impacts from electrification of groundwater irrigation in Bangladesh. Over to you, Deepak. And Shreya too.
Let me introduce it and get Anurag also on board. Where's Anurag? Okay. Okay. I know everybody's inching towards lunch now, so we're going to keep a short session, but it is now time to start talking about the other pathway that we were talking about in the morning, that's about electrification. That while solar has been making massive leaps, alongside we have the electricity grid, which has been taking shape and expanding within Bangladesh. And some of the aspects around equity and diversification and sustainability is what we will discuss today over the next half an hour before you hit lunchtime, and see whether we can bring out a discussion on how electric and solar as pathways will coexist in the future, and whether we can understand what kind of trade-offs or cooperation that we can expect. So I'll hand it over to Dr. Deepak Varshney, who's the lead for this study, and Anurag Banerjee. Can be on the stage? Yeah.
Where is the slides, Shreya? Slides.
Who has the slide? Okay, while we get ready for the presentation, in all of your folders, there is a data note which captures some of the essential data sets that we will now present. And this is something that we really wanted to develop with your feedback. We are also looking for co-authors if there are people who are willing to really work on this piece with us. So this is something that's a work in progress, and it really summarizes things to very your sort of simplistic understanding. But please go through this, and with the presentation, we will go into the discussion after this. Thanks.
Thank you, Shreya. So good afternoon, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. So today, so we are just going to talk about the strengths and impacts from the electrification of groundwater irrigation in Bangladesh. So in this presentation, so what we are planning to do is to argue that it's just not the energy transition, but there are other implications as well, right? So for instance, on one side, so there are implications for access and equity. And on the other side, there are implications for agriculture production systems and the groundwater sustainability. To provide a brief context, as you know, right, so Bangladesh achieved food self-sufficiency since the 1990s, and there is a large diesel-based informal groundwater market, right, where majority of the farmers in Bangladesh rely on the informal groundwater market to access irrigation facilities. However, post-2010, there is a sharp increase in pump electrification, in pump electrification, right? So due to increased rates of rural electrification, as well as due to increase in diesel prices. So as I said, right, so pump electrification represents more than just an energy shift. So it encompasses various economic pathways that may influence both the groundwater market and the agriculture production. And the groundwater market and the agriculture production system, right? So for instance, if you just compare the electric and diesel pumps, right? So there are operational and maintenance cost is cheaper for electric pumps, right? So as compared to the diesel pumps, right? So where the recurring cost is high because of this volatility in the fuel prices and so on, so forth. So in this backdrop, so there are two broad objectives of this presentation, right? So we would like to provide some insights on the access and equity implications of pump electrification, where we would like to see, right? So in terms of, right, so what are the adoption rate of electric pumps in Bangladesh, and whether the smallholders are getting access of electric pumps to get irrigation facilities. Second, we would like to explore what are the impacts of pump electrification on crop diversification and groundwater sustainability. So before getting into these objectives, we would like to provide some background data. If you just look at the left-hand side figure, so from 2010 to 18, you can see there is a plus 26% increase in electric pumps in Bangladesh. And at the same time, there is a 19% decline in the number of diesel pumps. So it seems there is substitution of diesel pumps by electric pumps during the last decade. And if you look at the composition of water buyers by energy, right? So if you just look at the composition of water buyers by energy, you can see there is a decline from 70% water buyers from diesel-based irrigation to 55% in 2018. And at the same time, if you just look at the electric pumps, right? So you see the water buyers, the number of water buyers has increased from 21% in 2011 to 41% in 2018. So if we would like to see how these trends, so what are the implications of these trends? So what these trends emphasize, the importance of understanding shifts in energy usage for irrigation and its implication to inform sustainable agriculture policies moving forward. So in the next slide, right, so what we have just tried to understand, what are the irrigation price paid by water buyers for boro rice cultivation. So these are the prices in 2010 prices. So what this slide clearly tells us, as we have discussed early in the morning, as we have discussed in the morning session, irrigation facilities from electric pumps are significantly cheaper. And if you just look at the price paid by water buyers, if you compare 2011 and 2018, the price paid by farmers reduced from 2011 to 18. And what we have argued that this shift to electric pumps is intensified by the competition among pump owners, right? Resulting in reduced prices and overall irrigation costs for buyers between 2011 and 18. So in this backdrop, right? So what we are just trying to understand, what are the access and equity implications of pump electrification? So to conduct that exercise, we have just conducted a primary survey in Rajshahi and Rangpur division in 6 districts, so 3 in each. And the total sample size of the survey is 1,200 farmers, right? So we have just tried and ensured the representative of these surveys in both these divisions. And we have also conducted social mapping in each village, right? So the motivation of conducting this social mapping in each village is to just understand the dynamics and the interaction of the small farmers with the large farmers, and conversely from the small farmers and the large farmers in the groundwater market. Right, so these are the sample profile. If you just see, right, so if you would like to see how our sample looks like, right, so the household head education is 5 years. The primary income activity is farming. 78% farmers in our survey is 78% farmers having this primary income activity is farming. Right, so 30% farmers have bank account, 20% have borrowed loan, 36% have a smartphone, and right, so in 103 decimals are the land ownership size in our sample. So, right, so this is result 1. Right, so what we have found is the larger asset-rich farmers are gaining ownership of electric pumps. Right, so if you see, these are the 4 quartiles of the categories of the land size farmer. So 19% of the all large farmers owns electric pump in the largest quintile. And if you look at the Q3, only 10%. And as the land size decrease, the probability of the ownership is reducing in terms of the adoption of pump ownership. And we further find that electric pump ownership exhibits significantly higher education levels, access to banking services, asset ownership, and reside closer to towns compared to the non-owners of electric pumps. Right, so and the natural question arises, right? So we need to see and understand in a more detailed manner as the adoption of electric pumps by the smallholder farmers. Because if you just look at this data, it clearly shows that the ownership is currently captured by mainly large farmers. And we also just try to see who are the water buyers from the electric pumps. So this slide tells, right, so out of, right, so the water buyers from the electric pump have an average land size of 80 decimals. At the same time, the average land size of the diesel pump from the diesel pump is 60 decimals, right? So, and this is significantly higher. So we need to understand why is this the case? Why electric pump owners or the adopters of electric pump are selling this water to a more water to the farmers with the more with the greater land size. So to understand that, right, so what we have just tried to conduct a social interaction map within each village. So this is the network design of social interaction in a sample village. And so for in each village, we have just conducted a survey of 15 farmers. Right? So F1 to F15 are the 15 farmers. And if you just focus on this F11, F11 is electric pump owner, and these have these 7 farmers in their networks. So what we are just trying to conduct an exercise and just trying to calculate the probability of gaining access through electric pumps if in your networks there are electric pump owners exist. And if you look at this F1 is electric pump owner, but it has only 2 farmers in their network. So the idea is to just understand the role of social networks in providing irrigation access to both small farmers and the larger farmers. And here we have just tried to written down the approach. So in simpler terms, the analysis help us to understand how the likelihood of gaining access to electric pump varies for the following categories. As for instance, smaller farmers with no social interaction. And so we have defined this group as 2 smaller farmers who do not have social connections with other electric pump owners. Larger farmers with no social interaction. These are the farmers who also lack social connection with other electric pump owners. Smaller farmers, social interaction. This category includes smaller farmers who are socially connected to the other electric pump owners. And when we, in the last category is larger farmers. These are large farmers who have social connection with the electric pump owners, with other electric pump owners. The idea first is to understand what are the probability of gaining access to the electric pumps within the network and outside the network. And then we have just also tried to assess if the large farmer interacted with the large farmer, what is the probability of getting access to the electric pump? And when the small farmer is interacted with the large farmer, what is the probability? So that kind of analysis, we are just trying to understand the role of social networks in gaining access to electric pumps to the farmers. So I'm just not going to spell out the rest of the econometric methods that we have used for this analysis, but later in the lunch session, if somebody would like to interested as what methodologies we have followed, as what kind of models we have incorporated, so I'll be happy to discuss over there. Guys, so in terms of the first result, overall what we found is, right, so if farmer has a social network member with electric pump ownership in their networks, it increases the likelihood of access by 2.6 percentage point. Right? So overall, social network plays a substantial role in accessing electric pumps. With the presence of an electric pump owner, networks increases the likelihood of access by 2.6 percentage points. Okay, so this is the overall network. This is the overall social network effect. It clearly tells if in my social network, as if there is a presence of an electric pump owner, right? So my social network includes friends, neighbors, relatives, whoever it is. So in a village, if I have some kind of social interaction or network exists over there, and if he or she has a electric pump ownership, then it increases my likelihood of access to that, likelihood of access of irrigation services through electric pumps, because we know, right, so electric pumps are way cheaper as compared to the electric pumps in terms of getting access to the irrigation services. Okay, so the second thing, what we have just tried to do is a kind of concept we used in the sociology, right? So the sociology kind of literature, homophily and heterophily, right? So the idea, if the same class member, right? So if, for instance, this, right, so if the large class farmers interact with the large class farmers, then what would be the probability of gaining access through electric pumps? And if the small farmer interacts with the large farmers, what would be the probability of gaining access through electric pumps? So here what we found, there is a significant association of these network effects when the large farmers interact with the large farmers or small farmers interact with the small farmers. In the reverse scenario, when the large farmers interact with the small farmers, there is no significant association. So what it tells, the impact of social network is particularly pronounced when farmers belong to the same land class as their network members. For instance, if both the farmers and their network member belong to the same class, it increases the likelihood of access by 4 percentage points. Right? So overall, we see 2.6 percentage points. But here, when the same class member interacts, the likelihood of gaining access is 4 percentage points. So the another exercise, we have just tried to understand whether there is a heterogeneity in, right? So the heterogeneity in this intra-class networks and the inter-class networks. So here what we have found, right? So there is a significant heterogeneity in the inter-class networks. So for instance, there is an asymmetric network effect when farmers interact with network members from different land classes. For example, the likelihood of access is stronger when large-scale farmers who do not own electric pumps, but there are small-scale farmers within the network who possess them compared to the reverse scenario. Right? So if there is a small-scale farmer who own electric pump, but there are a large-scale farmer within the network who possess them, right? So that it is not significant. That is not significant. So in terms of implication, the ownership pattern suggests unequal access to pump electrification. Right? So unlike diesel pumps, electric pump access is more policy control due to the permit systems, required electric connections and metering. So social networks influence access to irrigation in the markets and thereby distribution of benefits of electric pump. And these effects are more pronounced with the farmers of the same land size. So there is a asymmetric network effects, which underscores a need for targeted interventions to promote and ensure the adoption of pump electrification across farming communities. For instance, right, so if there is some right, so if there's a targeted intervention for specifically bring the small farmers and provide access to the electric pump ownership to them through this network effects, it's useful for the small farmers to disseminate those services in the same class groups, right? So that enhances the irrigation access for the smallholder farmers as well. So now I would like to invite my colleague Anurag Banerjee to talk on the impact of pump electrification on crop diversification and groundwater sustainability. Anurag and Adi.
Good morning, everyone. It's kind of daunting for me to speak in front of such intense scientific community, so please bear with my nervous energy. So I know the conversation is pretty electric right now, so continuing the electric conversations. So we try to be a bit more holistic and a bit more meticulous with the way we are looking at the impact of electrification. And so here, allow me to present through the impacts of electric pump on cropping patterns and diversification. So this is a very rudimentary level findings that we have. We had gone into at least test it around through robust analysis, various econometric methods, and across different data sets which are listed here. So basically what we find is that there's a consistent increase in the cropping area. As we see, there's an increase in vis-a-vis the increase in electric pumps. And we also see that the paddy area is increasing significantly, which is also correlated. And we say that this trend is more pronounced in Boro. And on the other hand, when we look in the very nuanced level, in the paddy seasons, we see a significant drop which plummeted to around 60% in case of in case of ours. But on the other hand, we see there's a significant increase in the Boro paddy season by 80%. Now, when we look at the data sets across these results across different data sets, and we find the significant results with the increasing electrification, it is related to, it is basically driving Boro paddy increase. And on the other hand, as I promised that we were trying to be as holistic as we can. So next up in this tag team lineup, we have Dr. Adil who will take you through this.
Thank you, Anurag. Good afternoon, all of you. So as Anurag said, shows that with the electrification, how the paddy area has grown up. So we were interested to see what would be the impact on the groundwater as the paddy, mainly the paddy area, is growing with the time. So you can see that here the regression analysis shows that there is a positive correlation with the Boro rice and groundwater declination. So here it is showing the data from 1996 to 2018. And it's very positive correlation with and specifically if you observe that with increasing the 1% of increase of land corresponding to 1.3% of declining water table. Obviously, it's on a national scale. It may vary on with the spatial scale mainly in the southern area where the polders are, where mainly the surface water and rainfall is the main source of irrigation. As here, the Manoranjan ji is there. Last week we were in the field of polders where how the enough water is not enough for irrigation, where the water logging and salinity is the main problem. But on an average, it's showing that it's declining. So yesterday I was with the director of Bangladesh Water Division. So he's also told that the government is thinking about that artificial groundwater recharge to make it more sustainable for that. But before implementing one scheme, maybe we should be very careful because one scheme would have impact on another. And the best example is shared by him that recently they have found that that salinity problem in the northern part also near where the fish tanks mainly. But they inquired that why the salinity is high and inquired about the farmers. So they said they are using the salt in that pond and it is recharging near the area of the pond. And the farmer said that the fishery officer says that to use that salt. So that's why the integration of all institution and organization is very important. So that's my thing. It's a preliminary result. We are working on that. So hopefully we'll be on more results for the next thing. Thank you. And the next, I would like to invite Shreya for the more discussion. Thank you.
Okay, I have personally promised myself that I will not delay your lunch past 1:30. So we only have 10 minutes and I will not go into a very detailed group discussion. But just to summarize some of the important findings is that number one, we found that electric pumps are not only owned by larger farmers, but what was interesting is that this sort of network effects, which has been very rarely studied, actually exaggerates the inequality. So there's so much of argument that a groundwater market actually improves equality, but as long as these network effects work, so a policy consideration that how can we promote the adoption of these pumps more, and because it is coming through permit systems, et cetera, government has a lot to say. So that is one thing. And one of the most important aspects is, say, for India, electrification of irrigation happened before solar came in. So that was happening independently of multiple pathways, right? So you had electrification coming in. But in Bangladesh, you find these as two pathways that are going to work simultaneously in the future. So whether one competes with the other, one is removed from the market, whether they start to cooperate, whether there are grid connected systems where both of them have to work, both of these infrastructures. So I wanted to just open up the session here, number one, to some questions about the presentation. Like we said, this is a work that's in progress, but because the electrification data is now more easily available from secondary data sets and more widely we have panel data, it's easier to provide fixed effects results, which so far in solar has not been easy. So which is why some amount of statistical significance, and we can say with some level of confidence these findings. But these are some of the major questions that we thought were important when we think about electrification vis-a-vis the solar pathway. And so firstly, let me take some questions if there are, and please do consider some of these questions as well in terms of responses. Adil, can you help out a little bit with a handheld mic? Deepakji, would you like to come to the...
Oh. Thank you. So yeah, I want to echo what Shreya just said. I think this kind of social network analysis are much less common, partly because of the data data burden for the researchers. Because if you want to understand the social network of this room, we have to go to every one of this room to kind of collect the kind of data that you have collected. So congratulations on that. So couple of things. One missed opportunity is to kind of graphical representation of the kind of the social network, the sociograms. I think it would love to see that. It's always fun to see. One issue, since you're all, kind of working on this data now, I think one problem is the reflection problem. So it's possible that birds of feather flock together. So people who are adopting a new technology are probably same in some other way. So it's not that you are not connected. We are probably have higher level of knowledge, just more like risk prone, interested. So I think those are very difficult to control in lack of better term, like the static data that you have. So diffusion and over time, I think that's very important to look at. So I'll be a little bit careful to kind of like deriving impact implication of this kind of data. It's just tricky. The other thing, and it's also kind of related to something that been allured, the policy implications. So in this kind of literature, people also talk about information brokers. So there's certain kind of people who are connected, like who are kind of the central person in the network. So one policy implication is if we can capture those people and invest on this, because as I understand, these are kind of people are self-selected into adopting electric pumps or solar pump, right? I mean, but if I want to do it deliberately, I may want to choose the type of people who will have a bigger social impact when it comes to kind of technology diffusion. So those are kind of two quick comments. Whether solar and electric will coexist, I think they will have to, because there is no energy on a cloudy day. So it needs to be kind of grid connected, where I think the main issue is how, like the technology itself, because then it needs to be maybe net metering. I mean, for our own kind of benefit, we really need, we want them to be coexist. Otherwise, probably it will not work like a standalone system unless we are in Sandeep where there's no grid connection. But there's no place like that in Bangladesh.
Well taken. I think even Achishman was mentioning how electric could actually feed into the gaps of solar irrigation, maybe. So.
Thank you very much. Again, okay. Yes, in Bangladesh, the cheaper energy is electric energy. And for electric pump operation, the user get 20% rebate in bill, electric bill. So they are obviously interested to get electric connection, but there is a barrier. there is a SHES committee, solar, this is irrigation committee, and to get the permission of SHES committee for install a solar electric pump. And it is sometimes to be very difficult to get permission because about 2000 megawatt electricity is used every year for irrigation purposes. Government does not encourage to use electric energy because we are now in energy crisis in Bangladesh. This is the truly, and I am truly to saying that there is to get the electric connection, we have to pursue some political network rather than social network. It is truly to say. So therefore, only barrier is that they get permission from the Upazila SHES committee. It is the main barrier to get the electric connection. And obviously, electric and solar pump should go coexist because in cloudy way and another in night time, we do not get electric as solar power. So we should go solar and electric pump go coexist. This is my opinion. Thank you very much.
In fact, what Dr. Ayu was talking about, I have the same opinion because we could see in the analysis, it took place with the reference of 2010 possibly or before. But in 2018, there is a Groundwater Act for Irrigation. And again, under water rule of 2017 of Ministry of Water Resources, they imposed this kind of restriction, what Dr. Ayu was talking about. And that introduced this Upazila Irrigation Committee, and possibly some analysis should appear after the introduction of this kind of restriction in getting this well, because what I could hear from the field that there are a lot of noise about the influence, political influence, what Dr. Ayu was mentioning, and those who are powerful, connected, they are having the privilege of getting the electricity connection through Bangladesh Rural Electrification Board. But while talking about the diesel, you will see number of diesel operated shallow tube wells or whatever you call it, submersible pump. These are really growing in a really remarkable way because they don't seek any permission from any committee. They have the power or they don't need any electricity. They install the submersible pump, no? Yeah, in their homestead or in their areas. I don't know whether in this analysis you took care of those taking place in the real world situation. That's what I wanted to mention, Shreya. Solar versus diesel or electricity.
It is there.
Yeah.
Solar versus diesel also.
No, but again, after 2017 and 18, situation could have been different. That's what I wanted to mean. Thank you, Shreya.
Yeah, we do have sample data. I think we should look at the survey data as well for permits. Yeah. Okay. I agree on the political networks. I think social networks is a safer way of talking of political networks. I will have to say that.
So hello, I am Saiful, work with NGO Forum for Public Health. I have a small question about the social networks. You are talking about social networks and farmers networks. So was there any challenges you have faced so managing these networks? If so, then how you mitigated the challenges?
Right, so
Thank you.
here
The best workable approach to work with the social network data and the social network kind of analysis is to go and collect the census of the village, right? So to capture each other networks in a comprehensive way, right? So, but because of, right, so resource constraint, what we have, instead, we have just gone to the second best approach. We have just collected the complete mapping within the 20 surveyed households, right? So how they are related, whether, right, so in the sample surveyed households, whether there are friends among those set of sample or neighbors or friends, right? So, and whether they are taking advices from each other, right? So, and whether they are taking any advices related to the irrigation facilities related matters, so on and so forth. So we have just we have just come up with this kind of data set, right? So we have constructed for each village, and then we are just trying to see whether how this social network, right? So if I have a electric pump owner in my social network, how it could be, how it is influencing my likelihood of accessing through electric pumps. So that's the approach. We have just tried to follow that.
I have 3 minutes to lunch, so I'll have to.
So this is Tazmilur Rahman from KFW German Development Corporation. So thanks for all the presentation. It's really very interesting. So from my side, I need to highlight some points actually. So KFW has been financing solar irrigation pumps since more than decades actually through ITCOL. And the main constraint of solar irrigation pump is the still requirement high level of subsidy. Without 50% grant, actually it's unable to implement. So your third point actually, whether solar and electric coexist without driving out of each other, it depends on the market actually. So if there is no subsidy for ITCOL or other company, it's very difficult to implement solar irrigation pump. And it's a very high level of subsidy. On the other hand, I have also seen some micro solar irrigation pump in Thakurgarh region. It's manufactured very locally and very low cost. I think 2.5 lakhs taka only. It's one lady is operating all these pumps, and that is without subsidy. I was astonished actually. That is without subsidy, and it still is working. And I would like to request ITCOL to think it more carefully actually, because subsidy cannot run decades and decades, because at one time it will be stopped and then market should take it up. So how this could drive without subsidy actually? It might be very small level, women entrepreneur level, or we can reduce subsidy gradually, that was 50% to 45, 30 gradually, so that market could take it up. And the data provided by Deepak actually, it was, I think, up to 2018. And when this research took place actually, so why the recent data was not there? So I'm curious to know that. And yeah, thanks for all that. And then the impact of groundwater is there, but also there might be impact of arsenic actually, because extracting too much. Is there any data related to that? Thank you.
Okay, I just want to clarify on the years. The data sets use different sources of data. So while the secondary data only is limited to 2018, the network analysis has actually come from a sample design, which has happened in a survey in 2022. So the inequality that is reflected is potentially an outcome of the committee that you were also mentioning in terms of permits. I think that is why the adoption rates are also very different. And because the networks tend to concentrate within their similar land sizes, that the concentration effect even increases further. So that's just one point. Deepakji, do you want to give some final comments?
Right, right. So for on the reflection problems and all those, right, so we have just tried the best possible way to take in care of all those reflection and the simultaneity challenges. Right, so we can discuss more on that. Right? So because we have collected some data on the past adoption rates, right? So the year in which the farmers first adopt this electric pump. So we are just utilizing and exploit that. And we have some recall-based data on the adoption in the past 2 or 3 years. So we are just using that to try to best address this reflection and the simultaneous.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Sharp on time. It's now lunchtime. So I just want to, yeah. So, okay, I am getting a hand there. Please don't worry. We are not going to extend the overall workshop to beyond what is there in the agenda. We will cut down our next session. So please be around after lunch and we will have what is, I think, a much more interesting session than from us talking. It'll be you talking to each other and us listening. So thank you very much. I just wanted to close this session because this is slightly different from the overall solar agenda because we talked about electrification, that this is an aspect because electricity and electric pumps, like Sir said, is cheaper. Does it allow or does it make solar scaling models think differently than in other countries where electrification came first and solar came second? Here we will have these simultaneously happening, and does that affect the way our scaling models are therefore designed? So yeah, I'll close it there. Thank you very much. Oh, can we do this over lunch? It's
1 minute before you go break for the lunch, because one important point is about when you talk about solar versus the electricity, solar is actually replacing electricity, right? So that's a green power, number one. And number two is that when you talk about solar, even we talk about hydroelectric power and what sort of power. So that's one thing. Secondly, in your first point, which you talked about, there you say that you have difficulty in connection. So this whole system must be embedded with at the local government level. Like I mean, there should be some system of monitoring and also the system management. Our system strengthening for implementing this solar scheme must be linked with the governmental institutions. That's what I'm trying to focus on the next few discussions.
right. I think that really leads into the next discussion. We will break for lunch, but yes, interesting that how much of a role does the government itself have to play with regard to these committees, with regard to the subsidy grants in terms of the future for what solar will look like in Bangladesh. All right, thank you very much. We will meet you back in Oshishwan, 45 minutes, half an hour, what? Lunchtime? 45 minutes, okay. It's 1:33, we will be back here by 2:18.
Hello, everybody. We should try to wrap this up quickly. If you can please come back to your seats, please.
Okay, I think we should, let's
Is there
start
any-
and then we'll have more people coming in.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so do you want to introduce the concept for what we're doing? Then we'll take on the logistics.
Thanks to all of you who are still here. So our original plan was to do a group work. So we started with developing a policy brief for sort of replacing diesel with solar. And we had sort of identified some of the key issues on which government needs to act. And we thought that it would be a good idea to have a group work on some of those key issues and find out what government can do. And sort of after the group work, we would have incorporated those points. Through this group meeting. But I think we don't have so many people, so we would sort of restrict ourselves to 2 questions. I will remember. What sort of government policy would be needed to balance these 2 aspects? That sort of is one question. And the other question that I think we can sort of engage today is how to, again, electricity, as we discussed, electricity and solar both sort of has a high initial cost. Either the project cost is high or the connection cost is high. And that sort of needs support of subsidy if it needs to be scaled up. And it's not specific to Bangladesh, it's in other parts of South Asia also. So from that perspective, what can be done? What sort of thinking more from the perspective of government policies, what can be done to sort of make this transition in a more equitable way, rather than creating further inequity through this transition. Maybe we can restrict ourselves to these 2 sections and Shreya.
Okay, so as Ajishman mentioned, what we'll do is we don't just want to look at the problems. We've discussed a lot of the problems. What we want to look at are the solutions, but all solutions are not easily implemented. Even when you implement solutions, there are other trade-offs that we have to look at. So what we'll do is we will divide into these 2 groups. One group which will discuss groundwater, one group which will discuss and give us feedback for the equity aspects. Each group will have 1 facilitator from our team and 1 rapporteur. And each team will select 1 person to chair the conversation for that particular group. And after we have a conversation, Archishman, how are we dividing the time? 30-30? Okay. So we'll have a group discussion for 30 minutes and then we'll have, say, about 10 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes for each group because we have only 2 groups. Can somebody help me out with resetting ourselves? I would suggest that, can I see hands first in terms of how many people want to discuss which issue? Let me see groundwater first. How many do we have who are interested in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Is everybody, okay, 7. And how many on equity aspects? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, good. Okay. I think we are well divided. So then I will not distribute it. I think we can go in terms of Yeah, those who are interested in neither, please divide yourselves and help us facilitate. So can we get, I think because we have about 6 or 7 per group, let's just keep this as one table. And we'll pull in some chairs. This will be the groundwater table. Yeah, and we'll do it this side. It will be a little easier. Oh, okay, okay, sorry. You'll have to.
Pilot was done in Joshua and it went well actually, but we need further discussion about that actually. Anyway.
Roshinda will also tell you about the India model. There's a PM KSY there. That's why I said this is a chart discussion. Okay, thank you very much. I will ask Archman to close the day. No. Oh yeah, sorry. Sorry. So, okay, Dashini, you can just close it here. Yeah.
Okay, I just want to say a quick thank you to everyone. We won't keep you very long. We might be kicked out of the room as well. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for staying and participating in some very engaging discussions. I think I particularly liked how enthusiastic everyone was in the last sort of, post-lunch session. Is usually that's when everyone starts snoozing. So it was good to see everyone engaged, and potentially this is something we can do at a slightly larger scale later on in the year. Sort of a larger policy hackathon of sorts. But I think throughout the day, from where I was sitting, I could see a sort of good roadmap emerging for what we can do policy-wise. The last 3 or 4 years, the project has really done a lot of research and demonstration, and we would love to sort of engage on how that can contribute to policy development on solar irrigation. Anyone here who've heard anything interesting from us today, please do reach out to us. And we would be happy to sort of collaborate and talk about what we can do together in the future. Particularly, I think Bangladesh is in a very interesting space. It even stands out from its neighbors in South Asia, in the fact that there is a lot more space for innovation in Bangladesh. So I think very keen to see where that goes. And one of the most important things that we will be looking to do in this year is also focusing a bit more on understanding the gender equity and social implications of the project. So anyone who can sort of wants to sort of give us any ideas or sort of build something together on that as well, please do reach out. I think that's one of the things that we haven't fully addressed, and maybe not enough in this half day sessions either. So that's something we'll take forward. But yeah, again, and also I just want to say a vote of thanks to everybody who helped organizing this, particularly Archasma and Shreya. Thank you for doing all of the work, and all of the people at IWMI behind the scenes, in front of the scenes, with ITCOL and NGO Forum as well. Thank you very much. We really appreciate all of the effort put in. And I think having sort of such a good day of workshops is sort of a good way to end it. So thank you very much. Tea is outside. Yes, we should.
Technology, I would like to thank you very much for letting me in here. And of course, we are talking last year, some of your final comments was on policies. We have been working with UNICEF, so I was actually inform our UNICEF colleagues, and Shamim is here from UNICEF to monitor this event and how UNICEF can join hands together with you, especially in the sector which we're talking about, which links with WASH and other things. And we are our monitoring network, which we are establishing in conjunction with other stakeholders in water sector perspective. So it is really a very great opportunity for me to integrate, and especially with Hassan Habib. Thank you very much for for inviting me. And this is a very quick trip for me from Sweden to Bangladesh. Thank you very much. And let's have a picture together.
Yes. গাড়িতে চলে আসছে কারণ ও তো চলে গেছে নিজের
I don't want it. Well, come on. All of us should come. Already a dude face. Yeah. Speaking of equity, it's already a dude face. Can you guys come a little bit in the center? This is right inside. Thank you. All right.